rather than the Dawnbreaker. So the lane is unlikely to change, but
I'll pretend I didn't enjoy this.
core Snapfire as opposed to core Dawnbreaker, we'll see
Let me think about that one.
if that really has much of an effect in terms of the overall damage output from that duo, because core Snapfire hits pretty damn hard depending on the itemization.
Well, we will have to see what actually ends up going on here. I think DogChamp have, at the very least, a fun lineup. This is something that B9 is also just very adept at, just making sure that, at the very least, his lanes should be pretty scary, and his lanes are scary. I think there's going to need to be some pretty big combinations coming out from them, but the damage is going to be good, especially if they just dump absolutely everything onto Alone. This is where your coil into Dawnbreaker ulti, into kisses, will just kill Alone every single day of the week. It might be an annoying game for him, but that's also where there's a swap up. Italiano Gangster's playing offlane Snapfire, and it will be the forward Dawnbreaker instead. So moving away from just having to play straight up into the monkey lane, and instead deciding to dodge it out, and sure, putting that gold now on the Snapfire is maybe a little bit less effective. I think there's certainly more items to play for on the Dawn, but ignoring that really annoying lane situation.
And do want to just point out one thing here. You see the Dawnbreaker player tagged up as Lirelai. We've gotten kind of used to seeing DogChamp with stand-ins, so we'll say this right now. The identity of this player is not 100% confirmed, at least not on ET and Die's side of things. So we'll just call him by the tags, and we'll leave the investigating to other folks here. But as I said, DogChamp, their list of subs has eclipsed actually the original length of the roster at this point. So they're used to having to bring people in on very little notice.
Yeah, and Lirelai, that's Windrunner right there. That's Windrunner's name. So
that's the way you're gonna play this. That's.
I don't know, but
okay, fair enough.
No, we'll have to see, and whether or not this lane's gonna look rough. But at the same time, Michael's starting off top. They moved very consciously decided to put the Jakiro in the Nagas lane, which is interesting because of course mirror image, you purge off the dual breath, but it goes both ways, because now Stonebank can't really afford to just carelessly spam it out, because if he already commits it, well, then he's going to eat all of the dual breath. So an interesting lane swap up. And also a swap up where B9, sadly, is going to be forced to play Mirana in the lane with the Treants, so that arrow, he's going to be able to farm creeps, but when it comes to landing on heroes, that's going to be a magnitude a little harder.
Yeah, don't really get a clear shot at any point in the laning stage. At the same time, mid, RCY, yeah. Getting a little bit beat up there alone with maybe an earlier point in the searing chains than RCY was anticipating, and a little bit of extra lockdown messes with the timing, and that's first blood going to the mid laner.
Yeah, just ends up tanking a few too many creeps, and, well, it's a pretty darn easy kill, and one that I don't think RCY himself was ready for either. And it's not like RCY was ready for the Flame Guard build either. He doesn't have the point up in the Waning Rift. He actually went phase shift to try and survive that situation, but doesn't survive. Now he's got kind of this wasted skill point, but we'll have to see what it goes for as well, because the Slight build also perfectly works versus the Puck.
Yeah, he is going to have a nice bit of damage to just kind of throw out there. So, solid start for Alone so far in a lane that, well, really is going to matter, right? We talk about this a lot with some of these matchups, with the Puck and the Spirit in particular here. If you're going to hit 6, you're going to start looking at those rotations, and the frequency and success of those rotations really dictates who's in charge from, like, the 15 to the 25-minute mark, basically.
Nope, definitely, and RCY is certainly a player that likes to be in that hot seat for DogChamp. He's really the driver for a lot of what this team can and will do, especially in this game, because he is the lockdown. He doesn't have an offlaner this time around to play for, and it's also where the offlane Snapfire, with the change to the Shard, is not that hero that eventually becomes a blank stun. You have to work a lot harder for those plays. It's changed up the build completely for the hero. And right now, well, speaking of Italiano, a lot of damage.
Michael is dropping kind of low himself, so he's got to do some dancing, trying to get through the trees. Pops the Fairy Fire, but the Starbreaker, it did still hit him, but they're not in a great position to follow it up. Michael goes in for another bushwhack, and yeah, Lirelai gets taken down. Italiano, is he okay? Boundless not up for 8, so it looks like he is going to limp his way out of that fight, but not quite what they were hoping for when they went in with the cookie.
No, still a lot of pressure, regardless whether or not the Monkey King is laning versus melee or a ranged hero. As long as you can get those Jingus, and of course level 2 Jingu just hurts that much more. It's where this lane, very slim margin for error, even though right now, this is where you would want to get aggressive before the raindrops come through, but instead they'll have to kind of move things across. And I think Lirelai as well, yeah, just TP'd mid, refill up the mid's bottle, but it's okay.
Alone. Yeah, he's just going to take a split. No supports coming in to help him try and steal a water rune away, but with the kill he was able to get and the slight edge in terms of last hits, he can probably afford to do that. Actually stole a bounty rune there too, so fine. If you can't stop your opponent from getting one of the water runes, just take his bounty instead. Oh, super easy stuff, and he comes back to the lane looking to expand on this lead.
Yep, has an Orb of Corrosion as well. Doesn't have the boots, so when he actually gets level 6, the Remnants are not going to be coming out at a blistering speed, but is still going to be able to make a lot of these plays, and the Harass is going to step up to entirely different level, one that RCY can really only just hope to spam out the lane with the Orb as much as he can, so he doesn't actually have to sit around and eat this slight, but it's tough.
Oh, what's going on up top? Yeah, Lirelai getting a little bit caught out again. Another attempt on to Michael. They keep trying for this play, and that's the second time now where they've gotten tantalizingly close. Just not actually enough, and the strength of the Monkey King is really kind of coming into play here.
And this is where you have to almost wait or pace yourself out, as B9 also got to get taken down bottom, but the more you try to make plays on DogChamp when your opponent's heroes are just simply better at level 4, level 5, it's where DogChamp have to very consciously wait for their ultimates in this type of game. Because until you have that tome up, or you have the flexibility to rotate your mid out and share that XP, your heroes are just worse than Thunder Awakens right now. They've drafted majorly for their lanes here. It's where DogChamp certainly need to play a little bit more for their team fight later down the line.
Okay, that's one way to play mid. Lirelai TP's in, refills RCY's bottle, he uses all 3 charges, then B9 TP's in and refills his bottle. So that does present a problem, yeah, in the lane itself, because Stonebank has 0 backup. So they do end up punishing him. Illich ends up getting taken down, however, so at least you get something out of that, but ET, I don't think I've ever seen a double TP for bottle refills, as they do manage to find a second kill there, canceling Excel's TP, but it was a bit of a weird one, but they need RCY to have a good game.
Yeah, just putting a lot of stock into the puck, which, you know, we'll have to see, because, again, he is that important member of his team, but it's pretty expensive, and now he didn't actually get the real rune, because he was getting his bottle refilled. They don't even need him top, because there you go, the NP does die bottom, but then immediately TPs with a cart in his lane, and now Italiano Gangster's tower is not long for this world.
3 heroes hitting on it. Ooh. Illich? No, he's actually going to leave. This his way back down to the bottom lane, so it's just up to the 2 heroes left to try and take it out, but they got plenty of time. That's only because Alone is getting bullied on the other side, but look at him dance, ET. That's just gross. Not
Barely
able
survives.
to get him.
Remnant TPs, he's going to be back to full HP. The top tower still went down anyway, and that's your first coil of the game.
That's the kind of stuff on Ember Spear. We love to see it, but also, when you make plays like that, it just feels a little unfair. Smiling Knight just got his tree cut down by the Celestial Hammer, so Monkey King, no Remnant jump for him. He gets taken down. Michael's in, but a little bit too late to help out, and DogChamp are able to make something happen there.
Yeah, and that's where Smiling Knight does need to be careful. Not just the hammer, but even his own teammate. It's kind of why Monkey King was a bit of an illegal hero for a while, because, well, the trees do get cut in this type of game, and if you're not careful, well, then you will just die like that extremely easily. Situation that you're always going to have to be maybe a little bit conscious of, especially when your teammates are going in, because not just the Nature's Call, but also quite a few of the Ember spells also cut trees. But then, right back top, on cue, comes back, Italiano Gangster. No shot, he escapes this. Trying to give the kill over to Smiling Knight, but Alone's there to take it
Oh.
too. So
Gives his teammate a tip there too. Nice. Able to get the kills into the hands of, well, I'm not going to say the more important heroes. Monkey King having that would have been just as fine, but just the same way we saw DogChamp feeding 6 consecutive bottle charges over to the puck, Thunder Awaken are going to try and get Alone as many kills as they can.
no, definitely. But at the very least for DogChamp, a lot of the aggression has slowed down for the time being. Mainly because the NP has claimed both of the tier 1s already, so there's not that much area to actually play in. Excel's been so annoying. He's still chasing Stonebank around in the jungle, not really allowing him to stop. There's a Chains mid. It's RCY. Just dodge the bushwhack and retorts, but there's the kisses. There's the damage.
They want the Ember, though, and they will manage to get him. Now they can turn their attention back to Michael. They'll find that kill, too, and Excel, he was able to dodge out the Starbreaker, but not the arrow. B9 hits him up, and, well, DogChamp, nicely done. They get 3 kills out of that situation. The Naga Siren was able to just kind of slip out during all of that commotion as well, so continues the farming pattern, and Thunder Awaken kind of, maybe trying to do a little bit too much for this point in the game.
Yeah, just trying to get really aggressive on RCY under his tower, and, well, RCY proves that, yes, he is indeed still a puck. Just a little bit too slippery, and then the coil setup and the unknown position of where the Snapfire was playing is pretty much all that costs him there. And now, this is the lull. You do need to wait a little bit here, 20 seconds for that coil to be back up, and then you'll probably want to play with your Dawnbreaker, a Dawnbreaker who is also no longer alive, no longer with us. Alone was playing for the 10-minute rune and didn't get lucky, so there's a haste now on that puck, but we need to see the Soul Guardian plus coil as their next play. Until then, gotta be real careful. This is a very difficult mid-tower defense, though, but if they can connect with 2 ultimates onto Alone, they could go and kill him off again. It's exactly what they need to look for right now, because these supports, nobody can sit on this backline with that slight coming through.
RCY is in some trouble. He's able to get away for now. Alone does still find a kill, though, but it's only on a Bloody 9. But now he's actually caught himself. The Dream Coil is onto him. He's got to wait a little bit longer. Can he somehow get out to the Remnant? That's a short Remnant, and it won't actually get him out of the right-click range, so... Okay. DogChamp take a pretty clear-cut win there. They have to sacrifice the support, but CY lives and Alone goes down, and their tower was still alive until that exact moment.
Yeah, and of course, Alone does go down, but his team gets the tower, but that is also Alone's life. DogChamp are going to coil him every single time. Every time RCY has that ability available to him, that's just their easy play to make. And they're also playing up on Alone's aggression a little bit. Alone is in these really dicey spots and in these dicey positions because he knows his team is going to take advantage of them, but he's not really playing selfishly either. If he was, then he'd probably be baiting his teammates a little bit more. He's honestly just kind of getting read a little bit by DogChamp. And now, of course, with Chloe coming back up and Kisses online, it needs to be careful because you don't want to give up a third death. This is where Alone should really change his posture and start to accept the game he's in, because otherwise this is going to be a death and really the start of a big slowdown for the Ember. But 12-minute rune finds a DD, and now he's going to run at his opponents again.
Yeah, here he goes. He's got Excel with him, though, so they do have a little bit of extra lockdown. Illich now comes in, shows up that shiny new Orchid, and, well, yeah, he pretty much gets everything he wants out of that one. Double kill picked up. Now they're going to be able to run Stonebank even away from his camps here, and B9 did just get spotted. They now know there's a sentry there. Don't know if Alone wants to dive that. Even with the DD rune, that's a little bit risky, but okay. Tries it a second time, still not able to get the kill, but he won't give up, ET. He continues to just kind of prowl around here. There's no way he actually gets this kill at this point. DogChamp are just going to learn their lesson and back off.
Yeah, just knowing that that's their easy way to die. And now, unfortunately for DogChamp, until you have items like a Yules or a Blink Dagger on RCY, showing in lanes is not really an option here. It's where Stonebank, working towards that Manta style, will have the easiest time when it comes to pushing out their waves, but Thunder Awaken will pretty much immediately put a chokehold on the map, as well as during all of this, well, Smiling Knight has a Battle Fear. he's got a Battle Fury and 1,000 gold. He is so quickly farming on this Monkey King. And of course, we haven't seen or heard anything from him in quite a while, but unless DogChamp want to take a fight and actually push down some of these objectives, there has been no tower pressure put on the Thunder Awaken yet this game.
Yeah, they've still got all their tier 1s, and that just frees up so much space for them to work with. But at the same time, Alone and Excel back at it again in the middle lane, keeping the waves pushed out, and just playing a really good sort of macro game here in terms of keeping things pushed in, freeing up space, occasionally getting punished, right? But they're not giving up enough gold to make those deaths a real turning point, although Smiling Knight gets caught. That's a different story, but at least for now, he's kind of avoiding them. Now might double back if they can get an angle. Michael's making his way around. That bushwhack's a little bit off the mark, but they're still chasing. Bound the Strike will miss. Ice Path will miss. The silence does finally come through from Illich, but they have to use the song as well. Stonebank is just going to shut this all down. And DogChamp are going to try to walk away.
Yeah, and a level 1 song does kind of hurt to have to expend that, but they buy themselves a lot of time. They get the successful TP in from Illich, so at least they've got that going for them. And now maybe we see DogChamp go for another smoke. They're invis right now, which trying to figure out why. Not really finding a good reason, but after the D word, could see them go for a very similar play, even though I still think that Italiano Gangster needs to be involved. Without those kisses, it is a really tight kill, but look top. Excel showing in a pretty dangerous spot. Does he get the kill, though? This is feeling a little bit too difficult now.
Ooh. Dodges the arrow. Illich comes in. They'll drop the silence. And all of a sudden, it's RCY who's got to be careful. Solar Guardian, though, is coming through. So he does have some backup, but now Wukong's command's been thrown down. Lirelai is going to suffer. And RCY still might not make it out of here. Yeah. Smiling Knight pushes in with that Primal Spring, and it's a lot that they committed resource-wise to just still not save the core.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that synergy. We haven't seen that connection of multiple ultimates just yet. It's been a while. It feels like those mid-fights where we were killing Alone were ages ago, and now, well, Alone's even got a Yule Scepter. So he's going to delay you out. He's going to make you work for that kill even harder, even though Yule's on Ember, you know, it feels awful, but if they're just gonna coil me, then Alone says, might as well just make you die for it, because that is the kind of game that we're in. And now the question for DogChamp is, who is our actual target? We're still farming on Italiano Gangster and Stonebank, which is fine, but we're losing out on everybody else. It's where every minute that they don't get to use their ultimates aggressively, it's just time that feels wasted. And as well, a lot of great vision from Thunder Awaken, just scouting out pretty much everything and every move that they're trying to make. Just feels like now they're the ones starting to get red a little bit. And if they're just going to give up on plays and start farming for the next few minutes, it's all at a disadvantage, a 7k disadvantage that they're not really attempting to fix right now.
Is not the path to try and sort of even up that deficit, at least not at the moment, but I don't know. They are sort of posturing in a way that suggests they don't really have any sort of immediate plans to go on the offensive here, but that's just putting the initiative back into Thunder Awaken's hands, and well, you don't really want to do that. Long story short, as Alone, well, working his way towards the Maelstrom now, so as you said, he went for the Yules before for the survivability, now he's looking to just really beat you down. So is there an opportunity here? Excel? Okay. Just got himself caught out. He was trying to play the vision game, and B9 will beat him. Alone comes in, though, takes out the ward. Doesn't actually see the hero there. B9 was able to kind of sneak away with the Moonlight Shadow, so yeah, you know, the ward may get taken out, but you got yourself a kill and you got everyone away safely.
Yeah, and like you said, it's just a safe, easy retort. If nobody dies, then you're happy. You don't get to cut too many waves. B9 tried, but, you know, makes his exit a little bit early. But at least we're getting some XP from DogChamp. They're still getting out-farmed pretty heavily, and now that the Monkey King has his BKB, he isn't really going to be the target of anything, and that is really going to be the troubling aspect of this game. As Thunder Awaken's cores slowly but surely translate to having these BKBs, it's where DogChamp might find themselves in that hopeless situation where, again, you have to question who is their actual target here, because you can kill Michael and Excel all you want. Can you find them, and will you be able to farm them is the real question, because Nature's Prophet just got his BKB as well, and Thunder Awaken say, okay, if you guys aren't going to fight us and cast your ultimates, well, we're going to take the fight elsewhere, and this is going to be an uncontestable Roche. Just 2 BKBs is way too strong to go up against at this point.
Yeah, the scan does come through, so DogChamp know it's happening, but that knowledge doesn't really do them a whole lot of good at this point, so just gotta let it go. We do have a little bit of utility coming out, though. That's a Vlad's finished off by the Dawnbreaker, so it'll be a little bit tougher in terms of their overall durability, but I don't know. That just feels like the tiniest little sort of incremental increase for DogChamp. We still just need to see them put together a full-on team fight. As Stonebank just got his TP canceled, the Ice Path is going to hit him, so now even if he songs, he doesn't have any way out, so he's just going to be forced to hold the cooldown.
Lucy gets the tower last hit with the other illusions, but just an insanely good read from Thunder Awaken, just knowing that the illusions have to be coming from somewhere. I'm sure that this cheeky lane ward as well, doing them quite some good, even though DogChamp have just as cheeky lane wards in that same lane, but still, now you get to push out onto the waves, close that grip a little bit. Still don't have that much map control, even though that mid tower is taking quite a bit of chip just from the creeps, but still, DogChamp are struggling to find that next team fight, and I think Lirelai kind of in the danger zone here, and might just go down for free, looks like it. No vision.
Yeah. Still trying to just get the kill with the burn damage, but it's not going to be enough.
I guess wrong. Okay.
Unfortunately, Lirelai wasn't able to just kind of go in for the tower off that, so it is just not giving up a kill, but yeah. You make a little bit of an escape here, and the distraction comes into play now down in the bottom lane, because you see RCY and B9 getting some damage onto the tier 1 there. So, see, they're still not getting any of these objectives, but they're chipping away just that little bit.
Slowly but surely, they're making it work. Feels like they're getting kind of what they want. A Stonebank, just gets completely nuked down by Wrath of Nature in a single slight, but that's how much magic damage there is to throw around in this game. And now, okay, Coil onto Michael on the sports, but return gets silenced.
The Macro Pyre's been deployed. The Wukong's command is out. They've got RCY. The Ice Path actually clips onto Lirelai as well, so they're going to continue chasing onto the Dawn. They will be able to clean that up. They got a kill onto Michael, so they're not entirely leaving empty-handed, but that's just not enough. That's 2 of your big, actually 3 of your big ults used for very little gain, and now here comes the high ground push. Thunder Awaken are going to make their way over. They've got the damage, they've got the armor reduction, they force out the glyph immediately. But do they go back in? No, apparently not.
Yeah, makes sense. Just knows that as soon as you get that glyph on the tier 3, there's no reason why the outer towers should stand, so moving their objective to these tier 2s, it just makes sense. As well as Illich not having his own BKB, they don't want to force their NP into a position where he becomes that easy jump for DogChamp to go for, because it's an easy way for them to lose a lot of their ground. But still, they're in a fantastic position. DogChamp are trying to buy time, and Stonebank did just finish off an Orchid, so again, maybe a tool, a support killing tool. Illich did just kill top with Alone, which is kind of sad, but that's also just how tight of a grip Thunder Awaken have. And then immediately back towards mid, had the Remnant down. This is a big fight, though. A fight, though, that they're blind. They're going into high ground vision right now.
And they just got the Nagasaran caught in the Macro Pyre. Stonebank's going to need backup. He has the Song. I don't think he wants to use it defensively just yet, because RCY is trying to go for a kill, but he just jumped onto an Ice Path, so I put him in a very awkward spot. They do get a kill there, but I don't know if this is going to end well for them. Stonebank used the full Song. Smiling Knight did not care with his BKB active, and they will run down the kill. And what's going on back here? Alone spotted out Lirelai. They're going to add 1 more to the tally.
This will work.
Yeah, just, again, really deconstructed play, just pulling them apart. And the only reason that we really lose Stonebank there is because he is trying to allow RCY to get a kill. Doesn't want to give that invulnerability over to the Thunder Awaken. But then the BKB from Smiling Knight's even better, because without that timing, that would have been his easy way to walk away. But Knight knows it's coming and then just tracks him down. Just no way for him to escape. And well, we've got another batch of spells in 15 seconds here, but I just feel like these BKBs are just too effective right now, and DogChamp can't really do too much right now. It's where they are just going to get bottled. Aegis is gone. That's something to be happy about, I suppose, but aside from that, they're still struggling, and they simply don't have enough spells to bait out the BKBs and then go for a second round right now. It's where they would really need to scare what feels like the Monkey King into getting his BKB wasted and then catching him while he farms, but it just simply isn't happening yet.
RCY is at least able to dance his way out of that potential gank down bot. So, you know, you dodge one, you buy some time, but it just feels like we've been saying that really over and over again. The DogChamp are dodging, ducking, buying time, but it's for what? I mean, there's this general idea that late game Naga Siren might be strong, but I just don't know. They don't seem to have too many definitive objectives for them to pursue right now.
No, and well, pushing in.
Okay.
Stomach needs some help, but
he's not dead yet. Now he is. Okay, Illich got one last right click in there, so Stonebank will go down. They were able to take out a couple of supports before that, but it's still just not going to matter. B9 goes down, Lyra Life falls, and maybe they can hold the high ground here with just the threat of RCY and Italiano, but they don't have the kisses for 90, so Thunder Awaken want to take a, poke or prod around here. They could do so as the puck's getting spat out. They did manage to connect. Illich gets locked in, and he's just going to look for a TP home. Smiling Knight joined the fight, though, and yeah, this is going to turn into an engagement. RCY throws down the Dream Coil, able to take the kill onto Illich, but now can he get away? Fuel Scepter, throwing him up in the air. That means the orb actually did not dissipate. He was able to get it on the last tick and jump away.
Gets to move out, so something to be happy with, but still, they are getting corralled back into the base. You do get the kill into Illich, though. Something to look for, and Italian Gangster gets the streak as well, so maybe we see Italiano get to turn into that monster of a Snapfire that Snapfire can become, especially if you get the level 20 talent, but that's where maybe it is just the BKB in his future. He's got the Daedalus queued up, but that's a long ways away. But DogChamp aren't lying down and taking it. They're at least still looking for these opportunities. Right now, definitely feels like they're still getting worked, but something to play for. The smoke on smoke action. They're looking to get on the Stonebank, but little do they know, this is a 5-man fight coming behind them, but Stonebank died too quickly. Yeah, he does. And now, DogChamp, they might get the kill to Jakiro, but it's time to go pretty soon here.
I don't know how much they want this. He threw the Macro Pyre down before he dies, but now RCY is going to get silenced up. Doesn't have any way to remove it just yet. His teammate's going to spit him up, though, and that does get RCY out of the danger zone.
Oh, this'll work.
But it's going to be a bit of a sacrifice at this point, or maybe not. Italiano just goes for the TP in the tree line. He makes it. B9 will not, but does the puck actually escape here? He's got his orb. He's got Blink up in 2. He's got TP in 5, so he realistically should be okay. But once again,
This'll work.
Stonebank dies, and there really just isn't much of a fight to be had after.
No, just ends up being a little bit too thin, a little bit too difficult for them to actually make any of these connections. And, well, we'll see how kind Roche is to DogChamp, because they do not want an early Roche timer. They want this to go on as long as possible, and that's a pretty darn fast Roche timer, which means that Thunder Awaken should be able to snowball this even further, even though they've already snowballed it quite far out of control, especially the Monkey King. Finished up his Deso, is now looking for his Scotty, is, only one component in, but still feels like the blistering speed that Knight's been farming at, it's going to be there sooner than later. And then, of course, I don't know, it feels like you're running out of damage and you're running out of numbers, just raw damage for DogChamp to actually play around with, and you're not finding those punishes on those BKB usages, especially because Alone doesn't even have a BKB. He's just playing Ember, knowing that he's not really able to die anymore. He's just absolute confidence and just turned all of his net worth into more and more damage.
See why? With the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, did manage to sneak behind, but there's no front line. There's no anvil for RCY's hammer. He's just kind of here to cut creep waves, but while that happens, Thunder Awaken decide, let's get into the Roche Pit. Let's get the Aegis, the Shard as well. Does the Ember already have his? No, he doesn't. So, guess we'll see who actually takes it. They are definitely taking Roshan here. 0 contest from DogChamp. And Smiling Knight will take the Aegis and the Shard.
Oh, this'll work.
Nope. Very happy with that. Rest of the lineup, this is becoming a what can you do situation. They are still farming though. That's the one thing you can't take away from DogChamp. They are still getting out onto the creep waves. They're doing what they can in what is a pretty big nightmare situation, but I just wonder how much more game we really have left here. Because Thunder Awaken just continue to extend that lead, and all it takes is a few kills, and then suddenly those buildings are going to be under siege. I'm surprised they haven't gone for a forcing play on the high ground in quite a bit here, just because getting the glyph is just as valuable than Stonebank. Okay, Songs is going to be able to walk that one away, and more time has been bought, but now they're going to get in both mid and bottom, and then probably get the D wards going. This is where DogChamp would have a smoke to then look for that Jakiro pushing in the mid wave or the Ember top, but I don't know if there's enough time right now.
They're going to try for the Jakiro. They do manage to get it. But now here comes Alone pushing in. LH TP's forward as well. They've caught Lirelai. They're going to get the quick and easy kill. Not sure if they're going to be able to find much more. Italiano is looking for the angle back into his base. He's got a BKB. He really does need it. He might need it. Smiling Knight is going to push, and now the BKB comes through. Okay.
Trying to get the Aegis.
You got the BKB. Okay, that's not nothing. Monkey King has to back off, so now there's no BKB for a second life. If they do try to use the Aegis like that, suppose they could wait it out, but then you're waiting another 80 seconds.
Yeah. Just not the best situation, but not the worst. You do have to maybe heal a little bit for Thunder Awaken, but while maybe the Monkey King isn't comfortable showing on the creep waves, well, the Nature's Prophet certainly is, and Illich, of course, has the Gleipnir, but is also looking for a full Hex, which is the way that the game gets blown wide open, because RCY then cannot show anywhere. If he ever shows at a creep wave, if he ever shows in a lane, well, he is most likely just going to die. And, well, Italiano, they know that you don't have your BKB. Great ulti, though. Sword Guardian comes through. Time to walk away, though. This is a full escape move.
Italiano's going to get the TP away. Dust comes out, but it's significantly late. And Lirelai actually just walks out under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow as well. So they get everyone out of there, and yeah, right, Moonlight Shadow and Solar Guardian are some abilities, some big ults put on cooldown, but it's, again, how many times are we going to say this, ET? It's a move that buys them time.
No, the time is being bought. It's unfortunately not giving your Naga Siren maybe staggering timings, and she's certainly been eclipsed by the rest of Thunder Awaken's cores, but that heart is almost done. So Stonebank will be able to maybe tank up and actually sit in a lot of these engagements. He is farming underneath the ward right now, though. He's got Song in 10 seconds, but this is kind of becoming a pincer movement, and yeah, there's the Hex reveal. It's still going to be a little bit of a fight for it, but nope.
The Smiling Knight actually preemptively BKB'd there in anticipation of the song. They did kill her before she got it off, but yeah, better safe than sorry there. But again, that's the BKB on cooldown, and last time Smiling Knight backed off when that was put on cooldown. Hopefully this time around with the Naga Siren dead, they don't feel quite as hesitant to push, because I don't know. If you're Thunder Awaken, obviously, you could push and lose this fight, and then you're going to look a little bit foolish, but from the execution we've seen, ET, it seems highly unlikely that if Thunder Awaken forced the issue here against a team with no Naga Siren buyback, I don't really see them losing that fight.
No, definitely shouldn't. As well as, well, I think Italian Gangster, yeah. Not level 20 just yet. Just, it's so hard. It's so unbelievably hard. Maybe they find a punish on tonight whenever he walks up to the high ground. This is that moment where they don't have BKB. Of course, you will just immediately get the Aegis popped, but you gotta do something. And if it's not onto him, then it's gotta be on the Illich. But okay, went forward, jumps. Yeah, that's the Ag Shard Boundless Strike. Catching that puck a little bit off guard, but well, here's that really quick push, and oh, those are the kisses canceled.
Not looking fantastic here. Resources already being committed. The puck was at least able to heal up though, so RCY, he can rejoin, but he rejoins into the root. Now the Yule Scepter has to be used defensively, and yeah, they're just getting pushed back. B9 able to buy back. The Naga Siren's going to respawn here, but they've already lost that full lane of racks, and at the rate that we're going here, it looks like Thunder Awaken might just be able to find another pick if they're aggressive enough, but they decide to stay objective focused, DT. They go in for the middle lane of racks. That's going to force out the glyph here, but if you're DogChamp, you got to do something. They're going to try and make a move. Solar Guardian's coming in. They do stun up the Monkey King, but he wants to use the Aegis. There's only 20 seconds left on that timer, so he's right in the middle of it. They do take him down, but it cost them 2. Lirelai dead. Italiano Gangster goes down. B9 killed by the Boundless Strike, and they are starting to run out of bodies. And there's the GG.
Yeah, just definitive, pretty plain and simple. DogChamp had maybe that 15 to 20-minute window where I think they just got a little bit stressed out, a little bit too in their own heads out of their lost lanes, and then were unable to make any of those plays happen before those BKBs come out. Because as soon as those BKBs are done from Thunder Awaken, it's the beginning of the end. It's where you have to have other aspects in a draft to force those BKBs to then look for your continuation of a play, but nobody ever got scary enough. And I think that's where, especially Thunder Awaken, were just so successful at hunting down and slowing down Stonebank. Just felt like he never really could play at all. And then I think the slight lane swap up of putting that Jakiro versus the Naga Siren, and then Excel just being the most annoying guy in the entire world, just chasing the Naga all through the jungle, not having enough time either from DogChamp to shut down and just kill him. You shut him up maybe once or twice, but every other time it just ended up briefing Stonebank's entire game. And then the rest of the lineup, sure, we trade, we draw, we farm for 5 minutes, but 5 minutes that Thunder Awaken used so much more efficiently than you. But you know, that's why Thunder Awaken, well, they still have contention of being that #1 seed, and sadly DogChamp, well, they're still out. They're going to continue being out coming into game 2, but still kind of a sad game for them.
Thunder Awaken begin their 4-game stretch here in really the best possible way with a relatively easy and straightforward victory. So they are still in contention for the #1 seed, and now with this win, wildcard are locked into the 4 seed. So there was a potential tiebreaker scenario if Thunder Awaken somehow lost 4 straight games, but they do away with that right at the start. So that storyline comes to an end, but ET, as you said, Thunder Awaken, if they can keep playing like this, they have a legitimate shot. If they win all 4 games, they are the #1 seed outright. There is no way that anyone else could catch them. So they're feeling pretty strong here, and we'll see if they can carry the momentum into game 2.
Nope, definitely so.
Game 2 is going to be coming your way in just a couple of minutes here, so stick around. We'll be right back with the start of that game 2 draft.
just like that. Like a lion, uncontrolled. Your mark is on my back, just like that. In it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. Let the fire in, lose control. We like to burn out fast. We're hot like that. Like a diamond, you alone. You cut my heart like that. Just like that. Yeah, in it for the big thrill. Yeah, you play games with my mind, always, all of the time. In it for the big win. Yeah, you own all of my mind, always, all of the time, all the time. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go. We're in it for the big thrill, in it for the big win. We're in it for the big thrill, in it for the big win. Collide with me, come high with me, and I'll go for you. Divine and free, go ride with me. Yeah, we'll go.
Okay, here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the BTS Pro Series 13, and we're moving into the second game of our third best of two today. Another match between Thunder Awaken and Team DogChamp. Thunder Awaken able to get the win in game number 1 as they start off their march to what they're hoping will be a first place finish here in in phase 2. But they've still got a little ways to go. Still got to put some more wins on the board, so see if they can maintain this level of play, maintain their focus, ET, as we do get this Game 2 draft started. They open up with the duo of Gyrocopter and Ember.
Yeah, kind of a classic here from Excel. Just first phase to Gyro, no cares. Maybe not your immediate counter / disable for the CM, and Thunder Awaken, in all honesty, could have picked Mirana Ember instead, but they say, okay, let's do something a little bit more specialty, something that we're known for a little bit in Excel. He's just happy as a clam. And of course, coming into the final pick of the game, we don't know if this is their carry or not, because it could be their carry the entire way through. This could be Knight's hero. It's why they like doing it, just having the flexibility. It's going to 100% be Alone's Ember Spirit almost every single day of the week. If they flex that, then Thunder Awaken are on a whole new level. But that's where DogChamp, what's it going to be? What's your answer? Really hope they first phase another RCY hero, just so that way they don't get another 3 bans against him. This is where I was wondering if it's just going to be the Tinker. Is this where we're just going to see it picked up right now and then hope for the best? Or, I don't know. It felt like the puck did not do exactly what they wanted in the previous game. It might be time to try and get your RCY cheese going.
Yeah, might look in that direction, because the puck did the best that he could, but it wasn't particularly impressive, so we shall see. DogChamp, though, really running down the clock, considering this is a first phase pick, down below 30 seconds now, so, well, maybe they're considering. Do we want to go that early? The answer is yes, but not with the hero that we thought. They'll run it back with the puck.
Yeah, just one of the best answers, and we'll see if RCY in lane can maybe keep his nose a little bit cleaner, make sure he's playing a little bit tighter, doesn't give up first blood or any kills to the Ember Spirit, but it is one of the best answers versus Ember, and of course, Gyro can't hold a candle to him. There's no lockdown that Gyro will ever put out onto you that you cannot dodge, unless somehow nightmare situation, you don't have phase shift, which is really a possibility RCY isn't even going to think of, but okay, round 2.
See the Nature's Prophet banned out this time, so DogChamp do at least take some steps to try and remove more of that threat, and that is a pretty solid move, right? Between the Nature's Prophet and the Hoodwink being taken away, obviously there's still options, but those are 2 heroes that kind of burned you in the last game, no reason to let them stick around, and the same thought process applies to the Monkey King as well.
Yeah, don't let Thunder Awaken win all 3 lanes. It's a good idea. Try to instead maybe get your own counters going for you, even though I think Thunder Awaken are still going to keep most of their draft pretty subtle. Should probably see a 4-position ban from DogChamp, just because Thunder Awaken still need their 4, and I think you're probably running out of enough bans on either of the other roles, so might as well look for a value ban there. I think, honestly, a Mirana ban wouldn't be too bad right now. Just making sure that Thunder Awaken don't get any type of counterplay between their 4 and their mid, because otherwise, we've seen what Thunder Awaken, and especially what Alone can do when he has a buddy to play with, because last game, he kind of had nobody to help him, because he was just already behind the tier 2 on a lone mission getting coiled. Maybe if he had another friend in there, whether it's the Tiny or the Mirana, I think he could do for another friend, but we'll have to see. And that's also where, unfortunately for DogChamp, because they have picked up the puck, no more respect bans for RCY, meaning that the offlane and the carry pool will probably get banned out a little bit more here.
Yeah, is maybe the one downside of picking up the puck that early. You leave it a little vulnerable for the other positions. As Thunder Awaken close out phase 2 by taking away the Dawnbreaker, so for the most part, they dealt with it quite nicely in Game 1, but there's still that potential, right? There's a puck on the field, there's a Solar Guardian somewhere else globally. Don't really want to have to deal with that.
Yeah, and then they take up the Rubik. Just super solid, super cool hero. I think also preempting a Jakiro pick that they can no longer go for. An LC. That is a really quick and a very confident LC, considering that you haven't seen their carry yet, but I think tactfully playing off of their Monkey King and their Lifesteal ban already, saying that, well, what's the worst that could happen? Let's just go for it anyway. Give Italian a Gangster, again, another hero that he's very comfortable with, as well as a lot of soul kill and pick potential. And, well, if you're going to be getting hit up by that homing missile, might as well have a hero to stand behind you and immediately purge it off. Why not? I like it a lot. Just a casual dispel as well versus the Ember Spirit in that mid game. It should make a lot of those defenses just a little bit easier and a little bit harder for Thunder Awaken to deal with. And okay, LC Sky, sure, the classic 16-17 hero pick.
They're going to try to be very, very mean to whatever single target that they run into, which, to be honest, yeah, I think I like this. You're going to play a faster tempo, and you're going to get Italiano Gangster involved. That's the big downside when I look at the idea of the core snap. You want to be far enough back where the cookies, or not the cookies, excuse me, the kisses can't be instantly countered, which also means that your offlaner is in the back and not on the front line, which they tried to solve by having the Dawnbreaker in the lineup, but it just didn't really work out the way that they want. Now, you've got an LC, you are the first one in a lot of the time, you are a relatively durable hero too, and between her and the Skywrath Mage, maybe DogChamp can actually find some more frequent pickoffs.
Yeah, and well, kind of annoying lane for them to deal with now, but it's nothing that it's not impossible. But TA is certainly one of the best heroes versus the Skywrath Mage, at least in lane, because all of your damage is instant, and you really need to pace yourself out, make sure you're not beating into that refraction too much. Same with Legion Commander. LC will want to be up in your face, and TA says, okay, I'm going to hit you. If you're melded, I'll trade with you, and you're going to eventually lose that trade. But we'll see, because Thunder Awaken can lose with TA. If now you maybe look down the line, get an illusion carry for Stonebank, TA is not bulletproof. TA gets you off to a great start, gets you good first 2 Roches or good 2 shots at Roche, and then suddenly you can probably snowball that game into a victory if the game's looking fine for you. But if you start falling behind, if the opposing carry looks for a Scotty, it's why we see the PL and the Noggin bans, because they know how they lose this game is giving Stonebank one of those heroes. Well, that's exactly what Stonebank's going to try and do regardless. And I do wonder what Stonebank hero we're going to see, because that is the name of the game now. It is play a hero, I don't want to say like Drow Ranger, but that same essence, and they go for Troll. Okay, well, not necessarily a Scotty builder, but a hero that will get on top of Templar Assassin and never let go. So, sure, like a rabid dog.
Yeah, you won't have the same itemization, but the general style can still be there. Get that hero out front that they have to immediately respond to, then maybe the rest of your lineup can kind of come in and provide that support. Otherwise, the Troll's going to kind of be out there by himself. But hopefully that's not the case for these DogChamp fights. The question now, ET, what do Thunder Awaken look for in what should be their offlane? DogChamp did take out the Beastmaster and the Night Stalker, 2 heroes that would have been spectacular for just keeping heroes like the Troll at arm's length. So, if you're Thunder Awaken, are you looking for initiation? Do you just want some sort of big old team fighter? Are you looking for durability? What do you think?
I think, honestly, that is what we should probably see from them. The easy pick, I think, is just getting Tidehunter. I think that's probably the simple, I'm too big, I'm going to be out in front. You know, TA Tide, what could go wrong? You know, famous last words. But if it's not that hero, something more casual could even come out. There's been a lot of good offlane bans, though. So the pool, the S tiers are certainly kind of out right now. I think this is honestly a situation where I wouldn't be too annoyed if we perhaps saw a hero like the DK come through, just having another blink stun. It's where those big team fight abilities are certainly valuable versus LC, because you have too much single target, and then somebody is going to get saved by the press the attack, which is why the Tide would feel a little bit better. But you can honestly weigh both sides. I think as well, if they really wanted to go crazy, the Axe is always kicking around. You know, that's kind of a Thunder Awakened hero. I feel like that's something that teams have run very rarely, especially in this tournament, but it's certainly not out of the game just yet. But is in that same vein as Legion Commander. A little bit of a bigger stun than LC, but let's see. And TA Tide, what could go wrong?
Well, gives you that front line, durability, some team fight strength, obviously. Solid stuff for them all around. You do have to maybe watch the cooldown a little bit there. Illich, without Ravage, doesn't get to do too much, but if you're Thunder Awaken, you take that trade-off. And it is going to be, as we thought, or predicted initially, the Excel Gyrocopter. So we get to see that. It has been a little while since we have seen, honestly, either Excel or MJZ, for that matter, on Infamous pull this one out.
Yeah, and as we've also talked about many times with Excel's gyrocopter, we got two types of gyrocopter. The type where he's winning and he's level 8, 7 minutes into the game, and somebody needs to kill him, or he's stacking because he lost and he doesn't have a lane to recover in because, well, that's not how the 5 position works, my friend. So you either get the kills and you're feeling on top of the world, or you're stacking for a night. So which Excel gyrocopter will we get tonight? We'll have to see, but it should be fun. It should be interesting. It might be slightly slower of a gyro game just because you can't really gank the mid lane. It's where the puck still feels really good. RCY shouldn't be under too much threat. But everybody else, Missile's an annoying spell, a very annoying spell. And they also, look at this, swap up the players a little bit here. Lorelai's going to take the 5 lane with Stonebank, and B9's going to be with Italiano Gangster.
It does give them, well, pretty much the same, I guess, laning situation that we thought, just with different personnel, but yeah, you kind of need that, right? You took the LC and the Skywrath Mage, you are going to lane them together, presumably. I mean, I don't know why you... I guess we'll see, because if you're really looking for it, CM LC is probably not bad either, but... Let's just check. Who goes where? Nobody goes anywhere because they all just smoke up and move together. So not gonna get an immediate answer to that question.
Yeah, and we'll see. I think that this is gonna do them some good. Just have them play for, you know, whatever. I think Italiano just maybe wanted his actual teammate in this lane. And Knight.
Sneaky plays.
Yeah, there's 2 sentries on the supports, but unless they feel like there's an obs on the high ground, there's no reason for them to put a sentry here. So Knight, does he put the sentry? They're pinging the... I mean, it would clip him, but nope. Just banking on the fact that nobody's going to put a sentry up there. That's wild. See, now this is where Lirelai puts a sentry up there, and then it's like, oh god, I'm double melded. It's time to run.
I mean... sticking up here. This is the thing that's amazing. He's staying up here because, I mean, the rune spawn. He thinks he's perfectly fine alone and that he's going to be able to grab a rune for free. Part of you still thinks maybe Lirelai knows. At the same time, there is a little bit of a distraction elsewhere. Excel's taking a little bit of damage, and now Knight will reveal I was here the whole time. He didn't get the rune, though, so that was all genuinely worthless, ET. Nothing comes of it.
Nope. Even just take some chip damage on the way back to his base, but, you know, could be worse. And actually, yeah, with that, they scout out, and, okay, Lirelai's going to eat a homing missile, but aside from that, Excel's going to get beat up as well, and the Tide was already walking, so very prepared for this lane swap, but a little bit surprised here. And Lirelai, Tier 2 tower.
And now he's dead. Village just wanders over, says thank you very much for the free kill. What a weird series of events there, but it ends with Thunder Awaken getting first blood and the lane swap, so they'll be okay with it.
Yeah, and I am curious to see why the lane swap is going on, because I don't know if it's maybe because they wanted the troll versus the TA, and so they're trying to dodge the LC versus TA lane, just trying to give Italiano Gangster maybe a slightly easier time, but I don't really get it, to be honest. But, you know, that's why they're the pros. You know, that's always the little concession that we have to give them, but I guess now we're going to end up in this laning stage where the lanes are slightly swapped.
That is the thing. Stuff in Dota, in Pro Dota, always happens for a reason. Now, the reason could end up being stupid, but there is a reason. It's not just a, let's swap because why the hell not? So, we'll see if this plays out. It's a little bit less exciting this lane now. I guess you could get a homing missile into some sort of gush play, but it really feels like at this point it's just going to be Excel harassing with very little in the way of actual full-on fighting.
Yeah, and now you miss out on the refraction actually landing or tanking the concussive shot, so you kind of lose that part. But a part of me thinks that this has to be some advantage of TA versus LC, and the reason why they went for it. You know, I think Italian Gangster should be fine. You know, you always nuke out for CS. It just might not be able to put that much pressure on tonight, but again, we'll have to see. And as long as the kind of the polls end up going, I don't think we're going to see a Legion Commander put underneath too much pressure, but that's also where I think more or less everybody is kind of locked in their lanes. And a large part of it does come with the puck just being a very ungankable mid laner, but this is where I don't think we're going to see very much in terms of support rotations. It's really just going to be denying runes at 6 minutes, but before that, everybody should be in just their 2-1-2 setup.
And I don't know. It's just an interesting switch up, and I was saying before we saw that lane swap that, you know, oh, they drafted LC Skyrath. Why, you know, of course they're going to lane LC Skyrath. And then they don't do that, and we'll wait to see if that's the right call or not, as we have a bit of a, really a mic issue there on Thunder Awaken, but they're okay. We'll resume the game, and ET, that gives us a chance to take a look at that mid matchup, because last time Alone did pretty damn well here, and it looks like he might be looking to strike again. RCY dropping low, but this time around, he's got the level advantage. He's got the full sort of combo in terms of the phase shift and the waning rift, so it should be much harder to bring him down.
Yeah, definitely. Just feels like his lane is going to be a little bit more stable as B9 dies to the tower. Just, yeah, why not? Your Skyrath, we're used to seeing this. Just getting the deny going, so he has more damage to trade out, but Stonebank left alone. He's not going to tank a gush and a missile, and doesn't really have a lane to play for right now, but as soon as his babysitter's back, then everything will be fine.
Yeah, they can't exactly push up onto him with just the two that they have in that time either, so eats the damage. He's just fine. Last hit wise, keeping on top of the Tidehunter as well, so solid stuff. His Excel, well, okay. Maybe he can't do too much to Stonebank, but 2 points in Rocket Barrage means if he's standing close to B9, Skyrath does have to maintain that separation.
Definitely so, and aside from that, these lanes are pretty boring. There's not really much to say. This is where maybe once we get, I want to say, higher levels on the supports especially, then we can actually see everybody having enough spell damage. Just low level Dota, just not very much to do. Even mid lane is pretty boring, but RCY is certainly handling himself a lot better versus the Ember this time around. You know, right now, kind of a dodgy orb, but with the Ember out of mana, alone can't go for a kill.
And, oh god. Alright, a lot of damage right into the face of the Ember Spirit, but RCY will take boring, because it beats last game when he gave up first blood and kind of put himself on the back foot, so takes over mid for a little bit while the Ember Spirit has to go really all the way home here. So a full reset for Alone, and he should really not miss out on too much, all things considered, but RCY is building up a slight edge. At the same time, down bot, Stonebank is going to get hit up by the stun here, but Illich already lost a lot of health just getting into that fight, and yeah, he's going to be able to walk it off between the ring and the magic wand charges, but it was a very sort of awkward initiation into the fight. Just kind of barreled his way through and took more damage than I think he wanted.
Yeah, and, well, the good news is that now B9 is kind of tapped, only has one mango, so one more barrage of spells, and then your Skyrath Mage isn't going to be able to help you out anymore, even though Cell taking a lot of damage. Spam as spam is, still being very annoying, but with the damage now split, well, your Tide is going to be able to reset quite nicely. Now you just don't have enough damage for him.
B9's trying to track Excel around the trees here, and a little bit of damage, but then, as you were pointing out, kind of tapped, doesn't have the mana to keep it going, everybody's just going to walk away, and this is... It's given the support something to do, right? They're just bashing their heads up against each other, but as for the cores, they don't seem to care. They're focused on farm, although There was a rotation there. Michael made his way mid, trying to steal that haste rune away from RCY, but the puck is able to grab it. He does have to immediately use it to make sure he doesn't get ganked, though.
Yeah, just make sure he doesn't eat too much damage, as now he's in an HP war against the Ember Spirit, who can always just Remnant TP back to base. It's where this lane gets quite a bit more annoying for RCY, but he's doing a good job nuking out. He's going to be a little bit annoyed that there's nobody to refill his bottle, as the Ember Spirit will just refill his bottle in a moment after this creep wave, but yeah, just the nature of the matchup, as we're probably going to see RCY go all the way back to the base.
Well, back down bot, another skirmish breaking out here. Excel and B9 dropping low. Stonebank needs the vision. He cuts the tree to get it. And DogChamp have their first kill of the match. Don't think they can get any more onto Illich. That's not quite feasible, but they're at least able to finally bring Excel down. So the annoying gyrocopter does get punished for the first time.
No, very nice play. Just able to take him out. Unfortunately, does mean that now Excel is the one that gets the TP to the lane with full mana and just continues to get to be annoying. And Stonebank needs to be careful about where he shows, but A has also been sapping quite a bit of XP from Illich, so with that, you'd hope there's enough damage with the Ravage to actually look for a follow play pretty soon here, but we'll have to see, because now I don't think Stonebank has much of a lane. It's where he still needs support, but probably love his puck to come help him out as well, because get another kill onto that gyro, and then you're pretty happy with where things stand. But that's where seeing how RCY rotates is going to be the name of the game for DogChamp. Even though, again, I think this draw that they've been able to get is very nice. And we'll see. 8 minutes. Rotation's already happening. B9 showed up mid to refill the bottle. And then it spawns bottom. So nice from RCY.
Good fortune on that front. The problem is, yeah, if your Skywrath leaves, they know Stonebank's alone. They're not... they're not quite getting the damage for the kill is what I was going to say. Illich, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should have had a little bit more faith there in the Excel gyrocopter, but let's just chalk it up to Ravage for Stonebank kill and leave it at that.
Yeah, we're not gonna think about. Alone already tipped his own teammate, you know, El Toxico, but no, still kind of funny to watch. And actually, ooh, RCY so low, so many slights, but B9 finally rejoins his teammate bottom, as Stonebank is also switching up his build, and well, they're going onto Stonebank again, but well, without Ravage, without those chains landing, I think he's gonna walk away. B9 though, kind of sketchier spot.
This fight is getting very weird, but the Sleight of Fist still does a lot of work, and they will take B9 down. Excel, look at him go. Just wants to push forward onto Lirelai, but now even Italiano is going to join the fight. That's an interesting duel. They won't get the win. Maybe they can still get the kill, though. Yes, they can. Illich gets taken down. And at the end of the day, I guess they win the fight, ET, but that's 4 heroes bought for that fight, and just feels a little bit strange. If they get alone, though, this is absolutely a win, and they're going to look for it. They get the Dream Coil down. He's, well, kind of trying to dance in between the trees, but that will not work. Alone will fall. Excel, welcome back. I don't think you want to be here, though. They're going to try and track him down. Low HP bars on these chasing heroes, but they are looking for it, and Excel is going to die really before his teammate even arrives. It is the Tidehunter coming back in, but Illich still has no Ravage, and Stonebank has his ult. They're going to push their way in, looking for this kill. It is a long and painful process, and these tower shots really are starting to do some work, but Illich doesn't have any backup. Michael's making his way over. Will he arrive in time? Kind of. He arrives in time to help, but not in time to get a kill. Stonebank now going to hide in the trees. More TPs coming bot. This game doesn't make any sense anymore, but Alone finds the kill. Now he wants to try and track RCY. Just a sliver of HP left. And Alone with another Sleight of Fist gets it done, and we are finally finished in this bottom lane. It was like 12 lives in total.
Yeah, and Smiling that got the tower. You know, cool stuff from the TA, who did not have to join any of that. But really sad from Illich, because 2 situations where 4 heroes are diving him in. Granted, 4 heroes diving him because they know he doesn't have Ravage, but would have loved that, as B9 also goes down in the mid lane, just trying to plan Alone's rune. Alone says, oh, I'll take your life for trying to stop me. But Alone getting 3 kills at the end there definitely hurts DogChamp just a little bit, even though Felt like a good rotation for a while there, and then Alone cleaning it up at the end. Even though maybe you grief the Tide's game a little bit, his game's intended to be grief, and now Ravage is back up, so he gets to nuzzle in down bottom, gets to become that tower defender that we know Tide is, as the rest of the team kind of just gets to do whatever they want. Because now it's up to DogChamp. They're under a little bit of pressure here to keep those plays rolling. And funnily enough, they're smoking towards mid. They want to get another coil play onto this Ember, as RCY is just getting bullied by Alone, but they need to coil into running up with the LC. The silence could also work, and here we go.
All right, they got the coil. Can they get the duel, though? No. Michael's able to pull him back, but it still doesn't matter. Alone goes down. They don't get a duel, though, as Excel... well, it was worth a try, right? RCY was pretty low. If that call down clips, maybe you get him, but now you actually have to get out safely. Same can be said, though, for Michael, as he gets caught across the river, too, and now the Ravage comes in. Can they kill Italiano? No, they can't. Italiano gets the kill and the win. And now, if you're Illich, you just Ravaged again, and you are surrounded by enemies again, and you're not going to get any kills out of this again.
Oh.
I don't understand what I'm watching.
It's everything is just in shambles, and DogChamp, I mean, they barely win the team fight, right? But yeah, all the heroes running back to the base. This is a game of Dota 2, one that I am still terrified of Knight, who has not looked at his team at all with a straight face. He's got 120 last hits, though. He's doubled anybody else in the game. Net worth wise, though, DogChamp heroes have peaked up and even surpassed the Embers, so really, I mean, we've got a hell of a game of Dota in front of us. But again, one that I am still absolutely terrified of what this TA is capable of, and what Thunder Awaken is once they do get that full 5-man lineup. Because even though they're running around, they're losing their lives, they're dying in hilarious fashions, they've still got more tier 1s than DogChamp do.
True. It's looking a little bit clowny, but at the end of the day, they're still moving in the direction they want to be moving in. As RCY gives over Waning Rift, which normally I'd be a little bit more concerned about, but this early on, Michael doesn't have any other mobility, so he's not always going to be close enough to use that Waning Rift to any good effect anyway, but he'll hold on to it, and if nothing else, he can try and use it to maybe farm some camps or farm some kills, because Italiano Gangster, he was just trying to take a creep camp in the jungle. That is not your territory anymore. With multiple tier 1s dead, Thunder Awaken just push in, and they find that one pretty easily.
Tier 1's claimed, and Knight tanking a lot of this.
He is alone.
Yeah. Long kill, but there's nobody here.
Look at Alone just maintaining separation. He knows the battle trance could come out, so he's just trying, and hey, there's that Waning Rift steal. Look at that. Immediately relevant.
Yep, just gets the kill. RCY. Now he has a Witchblade, so he actually has enough damage here and moves away. Supports are here though, and there is an ulti here from Lirelai, so they do have to respect the Crystal Maiden. And Lirelai was trying to tank the Ravage. The Ravage isn't there, but Alone goes down.
Dies again. RCY gets the kill. Excel's gonna lay out for the B9 return kill, and he'll get it, but now it's just Illich and Excel, and neither one of them really feel like sticking around much. But I don't know if the Tide gets out of here. You do not want to Ravage. No. There you go.
Yeah, and the clowning game continues to favor DogChamp. And of course, leading all that off, you do lose Stonebank at the way beginning of that fight. And yet again, the TA does not show up. The TA continues to farm, and the TA has a Deso. But now it's up to Thunder Awaken to say, okay, we are a business team now. We have Ravage. We're about to have our Vlads done on our Tidehunter. It's time for Knight to get his first Aegis of the game, and then business is going to be business. And if they can establish that control, well, then DogChamp honestly have a lot to play for. They've got Blink Dagger now finished on Italiano Gangster. Stonebank is slowly but surely farming his way up, looking for his BKB. And as I say that, they do start to go to the pit, but we'll have to see how DogChamp now want to react. I feel like waiting for Stonebank's BKB is the safest bet, but this does mean that you give your first Aegis for free over to the TA, an Aegis that usually she gets for free, but we'll have to see what that next Aegis and that next time is going to mean for them.
Roach goes down, Aegis into Knight's hands. Yeah, DogChamp are just going to wait it out. As you mentioned, the BKB's coming. RCY has his blink on the courier right now, so of all the items to maybe wait for and sacrifice Roche, those aren't some bad options. Is RCY free kill onto Excel? And he's gonna immediately start moving towards Skaya Sanj for the puck. So looking, yeah, just for maybe a little bit more in the way of both damage and durability with that pickup. Doesn't do them much more good on the lockdown front, but with the chaotic nature of some of these fights, ET, just being able to live for a few seconds longer might actually make a difference.
Yeah, it just keeps your damage, especially when it comes to nuking out waves, much more relevant as well, as your abilities do start to get outpaced ever so slightly. As Alone getting kind of gamed on here, and RCY, well, he's not going to snap the coil, and he snaps it with the Yules, because Alone is the GOAT, and now Michael with the Waning Rift stolen.
Here comes
Oh,
Alone.
you got gamed.
Oh, hold on. RCY still trying to make a break for it. Comes to the orb, sleight of fist, not enough damage, and okay. Everyone lives. Everyone walks away. Not really the result I think RCY wanted when he made that jump in, but at least he doesn't get punished for it. But now elsewhere on the map, there's the duel down into the Mystic Flare, and Illich, you're a tanky guy, but not quite that tanky. And they might actually go on tonight as well. Look at the route coming in. That's a call down from Excel trying to break this up, and Stonebank, he had already used the ult. That was just a little bit too far to try and go. They are looking to continue pushing in, though. Italiano wants the kill. He's not going to get it. It's B9 who grabs it, but either way, Excel's out of the fight, and they burn through the Aegis. Then they get Michael on the far side. And all of a sudden, Smiling Knight needs backup, but here comes Alone to save the day. Jumps onto the high ground, takes down Italiano first, gets Lirelai after, and they're going to run B9 down here. I do not think he's making it away. He'll throw the silence out, but that won't matter.
Yeah, and as soon as both mid laners were able to connect, then it really should have been the call to retreat, but supports on DogChamp don't get the memo soon enough, so the Ember, I feel like, gets a triple kill that a little undeserved, but that's where RCY also gets his dividends, gets his free kill on the Rubik. But hey, they got Aegis, a really quick Aegis as well, out of hands of Thunder Awaken, so now Knight might have to play slightly differently. You know, as I look over to him, does just have 3.5k net worth in his back pocket, so might be able to slot out, yeah, just goes for the Blink Dagger, but is also extremely close to the BKB, so you might just greed out for that, because why not? And then your death really isn't that easy for DogChamp to get, as long as you react, because you could still very easily die to duel in this game, and that's the one scary thing about playing this TA versus the LC. All it takes is a bad smoke, and then suddenly DogChamp can kill you for free. You're never a hero that really gets past that until maybe you farm up a surplus and have an extra Lincolns or two to play around with. But that's also where RCY is just an incredible core this game. He is so much better than game one. It is just night and day, and in mid, Alone. Oh, kind of a messy jump, and he's out.
Oh, he's not. They silence.
RCY.
Faster on the reactions. He was able to time the Waning Rift out so that it started before he lands, hits him instantly, and okay. That's a kill, a big one at that. You get some dual damage on top of it, plus 56 now for Italiano, so this is what you want. You want Italiano to be involved. He's nearly done with the Blade Mail, and that Blade Mail, it did get buffed up that little bit in the most recent patch, so it doesn't interrupt the channeling. Damage returns a little bit higher too, so Italiano is going to be a little bit more formidable with that setup. RCY, though, yeah. No Blade Mail for him. No defense. Just gets absolutely blown up. They do have to pop the Ravage just to make sure, but this time Illich, no questioning the Ravage call there. They get the kill, and they're going to pressure up the tower.
Yep. Really nice call. It's nighttime. It's harder to react for RCY, and then just not playing around. Just perfect chain from the lift into the Ravage. Just no room for a mistake there, even though I think he probably could have killed that wave maybe a little bit faster, and then just probably wouldn't get with his life as Alone.
Yeah, that's
he's
real aggressive. He's looking for the kill. He will be able to get it, but it's immediately into the duel. There's going to be the Mystic Flare onto him, and they trade it out. Now, he got away with this in game one, ET. We sort of said similar things, that he's pushing into rough situations, but this time he's getting punished a little more often. 7, 5, and 4 is still positive, obviously, but can't afford to be giving up too much, especially considering that was just a CM kill. He kills CM, and DogChamp get a lot of gold and another duel victory, so Not sure if these are the trade-offs that Alone had really envisioned. Of course, Alone jumps in every time, assuming he's going to be able to get out, but not the case that time.
And certainly not ideal. You know, who would have thought dying's not ideal, right? But getting too close to DogChamp's vision is probably the takeaway there. Just putting himself in the danger zone, and you can already see on the minimap, it's just peppered in that bottom area. Just not having the opportunity just yet with your gyrocopter to comb through that spot. And top, RCY, again, they know he just orbed. He has the blink dagger. He has to go up, but okay, finds a tree line instead. Is in a very safe position, and without the Ravage even, he knows he's pretty safe. Does need to be extremely cautious when that TA has the Ag Shard, just because a straight trap could mean his death. It's where as soon as that Ag Shard is finished on the Templar, RCY is going to need a gem, and then he can be his own protector, but until then, needs to be very, very cautious, because you don't want to give up another death like you did just a few moments ago top, because last time, it cost them Ravage, a freer kill, could be a lot worse. That was also with Michael having Ancient Seal, so quite the steal for this Rubik to have right now.
The smoke play in the river is unfortunately just going to run into Excel. That's about as free a duel win as you're going to get, but they were hoping for something a little more valuable. They might have found it. Alone gets caught by the Dream Quill. He's going to use defensively, excuse me. But as you said, yeah, that's not quite the way that you want to go about that combo, and now Illich just got blown up. He's not nearly as tanky as I thought he was going to be there, and Thunder Awaken are on the retreat. They're not going to make it out, though. RCY grabs the double, 4 kills in total. Tier 1 tower will assuredly fall after the glyph, and well, DogChamp refused to go away.
No, they're playing great. They're playing fast. Knight set up to kill a support and then run away, but Knight has this BKB. They just weren't able to completely set up, and now Stonebang, double meld. Okay, no more Stonebang. Yeah.
No battle trance, no BKB, nothing really. He just kind of thought he was free and clear, and now we're seeing maybe a slight payoff to Knight's behavior in the earlier game, right? DogChamp got so used to him just AFK farming that they assume, why would he be there? If he was there, he would have fought. If he didn't fight, it means he's somewhere else on the map, and you end up kind of just losing your carry, and I will say that's not going to hurt them much. There wasn't really much of a push onto this tier 2 tower mid going anyway, but it is a bit unfortunate to give some of that gold back after you would just want to fight.
Yeah, it's tough, but hey, still keeping it even, you know? Keeping us, the fans, hopeful, as DogChamp, everybody aside from the TA, I mean, we're the top 3 net worth spots. It's where Alone especially is still really struggling to find his game and his farm. I think just the Yule Scepter not turning into that easy save as he was used to in game 1, just having a little bit more lockdown and, you know, BKB piercing, disable as well, so doesn't want to get that item either. And Smoke up yet again here, looking for a kill in Excel. Well, he got the D ward, but he's going to get run down, but the duel into the Rubik. Just a twofer. Both supports go down for free. And Roche just respawned.
Yes, indeed. The respawn comes in at a rather favorable time if you're DogChamp. They're not even checking it, though. That is a bit of a bummer for them. Trying to sort of move their way into the north side jungle instead, but eventually someone's going to come over here and check. The supports might be back up by that time, though, for Thunder Awaken, so maybe you'll have lost a little bit of that tactical edge, but they're in the area. They're setting down some vision. They're setting down some sentries as well. Clear out the traps. Let's try to retake control of this section of the map.
And they do need to do a better job of taking away these traps, especially because, well, they haven't even tried to scout the Roche yet. I'm surprised RCY hasn't thrown a stray Illusory Orb in there, but this is also where DogChamp kind of need to turn on that winner's mentality, because right now with Thunder Awaken, well, they're smoking up. They still don't have the best game going for them, but they're certainly playing for their advantages. But there's no world where DogChamp should give up this Roche. But they need to turn on the, we're ahead, we can fight, we need to do this type ideas. And right now, supports gotta be so careful, kind of showing themselves right now. Should be very aware that, yep, this high ground is warded as the sentry gets cleaned up. But now, it's time to fight DogChamp, and well, there's A, going in.
Oh, they do get the duel win. There's the Ravage, though, connecting onto 4. Steal out from Michael. He's only going to take the Arcane Bolt, though, and now Stonebank Pops the ult, pushes his way in. They're not able to take down Illich just yet, but the freezing field is still dropping him low, even through the invis, so they do find the kill. And now Knight, he's rooted, he's dead, and they might have just taken this engagement. Michael is next up on the chopping block. They silence him up, they slow him down, they find the pick. And Alone, he was trying to act as the other half of a pincer maneuver, but by the time he's in position, the other half of the pincer's dead.
Yeah, now all they have to do is heal up, make sure that this Ember Spirit can't blow the game wide open by killing you in the pit, and this should be DogChamp's Aegis. They gotta be careful, they cannot afford to lose Stonebank, and they're trying desperately to heal him up right now, but this is where they're slowly but surely gonna try and make this Rosh as easy as possible. They're even looking past, trying to put pressure onto A, make sure he doesn't get too close, but okay, here's the contest, and what could be a steal from Alone, but this is still risky. In Stonebank, no BKB, still low. They are going to get the kill into A, though. That certainly makes it easier, but how and what can you do to scout out this Rosh is all that Thunderwake are thinking about. He's in.
He's silenced. He's got to Yules himself. It is going to buy him time, but he jumps right into RCY, who applies another silence. They got the root onto him as well. Do they get the kill? Not quite, but once he's out of the Sleight of Fist, the job is done. Roshan is taken. DogChamp. Well, this is about the strongest situation that they have been in this game. Strongest situation they may be in for a little while here, because they have a real window of opportunity.
Yeah, they're about to have the Scotty done on Stonebank as well, what TA always hates, where you will get caught, and with the items that Knight currently has, no Force Staff, no Pike, just means that the Troll, again, will be able to stay on top of him and kill him pretty much 100-0, and again, Italiano, he's in, and there's a kill on the Knight.
Italiano is on point here so far. Technically, he dies to neutrals, actually, which...
Unfortunate.
Okay, but they still get the duel win. Still TA off the map. Still Michael picked off in the aftermath, and... Where's their creep wave? Yeah, not the best of positions for those creeps, but... They could look to transition their way bottom, where they've got a creep wave coming in. But a little bit of a better time.
Oh, but here we go. Stonebank, he's just on it. If he needed to, he's got the Ag Shrine, he's got the Rampage as well. It's just a great position to be in. And Thunder Awaken, they've lost steam, and as we always see, TA, it's a great hero, but as I usually say in draft, it's a hero that can lose, and that's certainly what's going on right now. It's where no Lincoln Spheres, no real initiation coming in, and hasn't been for quite a while. It just feels like constantly Italiano's finding a better jump than Illich. Just a little bit passive from the Tide Hunter. And you're losing a lot of map because of it. The 13k gold lead speaks for itself. 300 gold away from the Scotty. RCY is still never slowing down. He's got a full Octarine core where Puck kind of breaks the game a little bit, where suddenly you have pretty much, or rather almost 100% uptime in the phase shift. And then as soon as you have that overwhelming blink, getting in and out of fights feels near impossible. Not to mention, as soon as you have 25 in the back of your mind, RCY wins. Then the Ember and the TA straight up cannot play Dota. And this is a good smoke, but a smoke that's going to get broken straight up by the Aegis carrier. So what are you going to do? Look for other heroes, but other heroes are finding you.
Yeah, Excel's already in some trouble, silenced up multiple times over, and they will find that kill. Meanwhile, TA spotted, dueled up.
Oh, no.
Italiano doesn't get the duel win, but he's going to keep him locked down here for long enough. The rest of the team is coming. And Smiling Knight, I don't know. He's going to find the kill, but now can he make his escape? RCY wants to chase. Smiling Knight lost his BKB. Dream Coil going to be deployed. He's not going to finish off B9. Thunder Awaken, they're starting to fall apart. Michael's dead. Illich will go down on the high ground. Once again, Alone is the lone survivor, but that's mostly because he kind of jumped out of the fight pretty early on.
Yeah, there's just no real place for this Ember Spirit. He wants to go onto the backline. He wants to start on the CM in the Skywrath Mage, but that's where, because he's greeted out and thought that this, well, Yule Scepter was going to be his answer, there's no BKB in sight. Greeting out for the Ags as well, you kind of have to, right? You can't just afford to go Yule's BKB on Ember Spirit. That's awful. It feels terrible. But because he doesn't have that important item, he can't team fight properly with anybody else on his team. So he's just in this awful position item-wise where Alone needs another 5,000 gold before he's a hero in this game.
Not a fun time for Alone as... Well, right now he's just trying to farm up outside of the base on his opponent's side of the map, but so much of the momentum has shifted away from Thunder Awaken, and at this point, ET, well, what do you think they should do? The Aegis is still up for another 70 seconds, so do you think they wait, maybe try and regroup, take a fight, because they do have the Ravage up? Or should they just be trying to sort of stall out at the moment?
Well, unfortunately,
Whose
wait
bottle
is
is
the
this?
only option, and yeah,
Well,
not sure. As alone, he's
Oop.
just dead. Straight up dead. And duel, not gonna land in a duel that he can lose, but he got him before the BKB.
that's a little bit of an awkward one. But the fight is going to continue. Illich is silenced up. He's able to remove it with the shell. But he's so far away from anyone who can actually do damage. And Knight, he got run down on the other side of the engagement. RCY just goes straight in for the core kill. And, well, yeah, okay. You get clowned on a little bit. You threw a duel out there that you lost, so you give up some damage to the TA. But that TA is now dead. What's she going to do with that extra damage if she's quite literally not alive? As DogChamp are trying to push their way in. They're looking for the high ground push. RCY providing a distraction. I say distraction.
He's
He's
got a
genuinely,
kill.
yeah, he's genuinely hunting at this point. Michael, got your dancing shoes on. He's trying to hide. Well, not going to be able to make it out alone. Too late to jump in either, so RCY is still getting away. Can he actually make it all the way out here? Might need a little bit of help. Stonebank's over there to just make sure that the puck gets away, and in all of that, the racks were taken.
Yeah, Brax gets taken. They get cleaned up in its entirety. Overwhelming blink now. RCY's got a regen rune. And even though you're probably saying, oh, that's a little bit crazy from RCY, that's like a bad play. Well, because he gets it, well, now he's almost level 25. He's a minute away from farming, and then suddenly, as I said earlier, well, the Ember Spear and the TA, what do they do when they're BKB piercing coiled? That's where the game straight up ends. That's where there's nothing really more to play for aside from hoping you find him first, but constantly, and something that RCY is fantastic at on his puck, when he gets the opportunity to, he finds you first. And Lirelai, well, this might be a bit of an overextension. She's just here a little bit too early. Sadly gets taken down. Rest of the team hasn't made their way up here just yet, even though that top tier 2 is the next objective, but aside from that, there's still so much to play for in this game. And 23k gold lead. Thunder Awaken have maybe one good smoke, one more good set of spells before they're really going to get pushed to their limit. They still have Glyph, so it's not like they can't afford to be out of the base right now. And there is no Aegis on Stonebank. It's unfortunate that Stonebank was able to trade that Aegis for a full Satanic, though.
RCY hits 25. Talent has been acquired, and well, Thunder Awaken have some rather sizable questions that they're going to need to answer here. Question number 1, who comes back to defend the base? Alone is going to start getting up here, trying to clean out creeps, but
Wrap.
not fast enough, and for this wrap to succeed, Alone has to keep them occupied on the front line. He's doing a decent job of it, or maybe he's not. Excel jumps the gun. He's going to get spotted. Italiano Gangster now looking for a dual target, going to be able to hit up onto Michael. But now the Ravage comes in. Illich is going to be able to connect. Can they take down anyone? As of right now, the answer is no. Stonebank was dropped low, but he pops the Satanic and the ult. He's all the way back up to full HP, and Knight just getting rooted, just getting leashed, just getting absolutely murdered. And that's GG called. Thunder Awaken, well, not quite as on point as they were in Game 1, ET.
No, and maybe not the best sign for them to have another full series to play, but hey, DogChamp, you gotta win. It's a little bit late, but you gotta win, and you got it with the stand-in. You got it with your GF if you're Stonebank. So Stonebank, you know, he's probably, he's happy. And I think, honestly, if there's one thing to say for DogChamp here, RCY got his revenge. Absolutely worked in the previous game. Couldn't do anything. Completely fell off the boat. But this time around, looked great. Felt great. 21-2-11. Had a really good lane. Had great play pretty much the entire way through. And if you're Thunder Awaken, well, Night farmed. TA had a good time. Everybody else, though, really struggled. Really did not have that much fun. I think we're on the pace to set a good early game for each other. And then all of the messy team fights. And I feel like there's a quote out there. If you don't know how to win a lane or you think it's an impossible situation, just make the game weird. And then the game got weird. And the better team, I think, in this situation just didn't really know how to deal. And then their spells, they get really just spent in awful ways. They get put into awkward situation after awkward situation. And again, I think the better team just didn't know what to do because they didn't know what their opponents were doing. So they just end up trading in these super strange situations that just end up causing them to take a weird, meaningless, somewhat loss against DogChamp, who is eliminated. DogChamp will not face Thunder Awaken for, till the next whatever tournament. But yeah, just a baffling victory, but a great victory for DogChamp.
There's no way that your opponent can know what you're doing or what you're going to do if you don't know what you're going to do, right? Just be so crazy that there's no way that you can be predicted. I'm sure there's some Sun Tzu Art of War level stuff in there about that. But for DogChamp, as you said, it really just was, if we don't play it this way, if we stay structured the way that Thunder Awaken want, if the team fights go the way they want, we have no shot. So just do weird stuff. Send 4 heroes bot at the 6-minute mark. Do whatever is necessary. And they do come out with a win that's going to make overall no difference in their position in the standings, but at least they get to end on a positive note here with the victory.
Yeah, and peace out, DogChamp. Did a hell of a fight, but we'll see in the DPC. But now Thunder Awaken, a little bit of a mental reset.
Yep.
Alone tipped his tide on that first Ravage, so maybe a little bit of talking coming into the next game, and maybe we see a little bit less of the gyro. I was excited, but really didn't do that much in that game. But we'll have to see. Knight just wants to hit some more creeps. I think that's where he's the one that really doesn't need to change all too much. But everybody else, they're going to have a little bit of a discussion here if they want to have a better shot at some of the other teams that they haven't even faced yet. So we'll have to see.
And we will see indeed, because Thunder Awaken move into what should be maybe an even tougher test for them. They go up against Infinity, another of those top 4 squads, in a game that still has quite a lot of implications, depending on the results of that series. The positions of Thunder Awaken, Infinity, and or 5-Rat Force staff could all change. So there's a little bit at stake here. So we are going to be moving into that final best of 2 in just a little bit. I think we're giving Thunder Awaken potentially more time as they are playing the back-to-backs. So could be a bit of an extended break, but we will see you on the other side of it for the start of our final series of the group stage.
การกลับมาของวิกกี้โฉมใหม่เตรียมตั้งรับวอร์มมือให้ดีเพราะแมปหิมะรอบนี้ใหญ่บึ้มปากสั่นหน้าตึงเดือดสุดขั้วแน่6 ธันวาคมนี้เจอกันได้ใน PUBG Battlegrounds
you were lost, and this is a clue. Love is forever. Love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather. Light as a feather. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo. With the music still in your ears, you're on your way to conquer your fears. In this dream of your own decide, there is someone calling your name. Love is forever. Love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather. Light as a feather. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo. To believe you gotta let go. Lucid dreaming over Tokyo.
Just close your eyes.
And when you wake up, you know what you need to do.
Just close your eyes.
Someone's been waiting for you. Just close your
Just close your eyes.
A minute until midnight. I'm just wondering where you at. Just thought I'd call and wish you good night. I left my key under the mat. I don't get anything done, you're stuck in my mind. I keep on missing your touch, missing your vibe. This feeling might go when I say what we had. Would you come on over? Don't you miss me too? Give it all you got, babe. Give it all you got, baby. I'd rather try than lose you. Give it all you got, baby. Give me all you got. Would you come
Okay, there we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back once again to the BTS Pro Series 13. We are ready to get started here with the final series, the last best of two of this second phase, aka the group stage. It is going to be Thunder Awaken in action once again here, shifting maybe the status of their opponents. They went up against a DogChamp team that was already eliminated. Now they play an Infinity squad that already have a top 4 seed locked up as well. The question is, which of these two teams will be able to make that last push here, BT? Because we did have our mathematicians, our production people in our ear here telling us that if the math is correct, a 2-0 victory from either of these two squads gets that team the number 1 seed.
Yeah, and also just kind of a classic here, a little bit of an El Clasico. If Infinity versus Infamous was the El Clasico, this is pretty darn close. This is where, again, just that team swapping mentality that a lot of these SA teams have come post DPC or post roster shuffle. It's where these BTS Pro Series teams, you know, they've all played against each other. They all know each other. They've all played with each other at one point or another. So it's always fun to watch. And with both of these teams being the teams in that upper half already qualified, maybe looking for some higher quality Dota here. Even though DogChamp gave us a show, they got a game off Thunder Awaken. They looked great. It's where I think a portion of Thunder Awaken, they become their own worst enemy to a certain degree. And already we see a change up. We see a little bit different values and respect coming in from both these teams ban wise, especially the Magnus ban being the one to highlight. But first phase Ember, first phase TA alone is playing Ember Spirit tonight. And hopefully has maybe a better showing, more of a showing as he had in game 1 where he was that monster. But that's where the TA coming into the first phase, Infinity, they've got their own level of comfort. And Parker, well, he says, it's time. It's time for me to own somebody.
Parker comes in, just kind of saying, hey, saw you guys picked TA in that last game, and I don't think you did it right. Let me show you how it works. And of all the people, Parker TA, he can definitely put on quite the show here for Infinity. So we'll see what he does. We do see, though, take TA in phase 1, you do have to take some steps now to defend it. Phantom Lancer banned away, the Viper being banned out as well, which, I mean, this is kind of the only time we'd really look to the Viper as a legitimate sort of pickup against the TA, but, you know, he gets to pop his head in once again, ET, even if it's just to be banned out.
Yeah, you know, I'm still the only person that likes the hero, I swear. Well, for the while, I was the only one handing out Viper passes on US East, you know, because some people are not allowed to play that hero. I think the only people that were allowed were, you got Quinn, you got Nightfall, and then you've got GPK. Everybody else not allowed. Nobody else is good enough to touch that hero. It is funny, though, how at the end of the day, a lot of the rank 1 players end up valuing the heroes like Viper just because, well, if people are going to pick Viper versus me, I'm going to pick Viper versus them, except I'm rank 1, so there's no way I lose. You know, it's like the Uno reverse card at the end of the day for those players. But we'll have to see, because, yeah, definitely not a good hero. But in this situation, has that value versus TA, has value versus Tusk as well, where suddenly it becomes almost impossible to approach the lane in a situation where Tusk needs to, and in a lot of cases could be under quite a lot of pressure. Very flexible hero as well. And Excel, one of those few players that does value it, I think, draft-wise still, just in that same vein where he picks it up, likes to flex it around. Of course, Jakiro's already on board, but still maybe just not wanting that worst-case scenario for the TA. The rest of the bans, though, of course, they were the same bans that the TA got last time around, just protecting it versus those illusion carries, because that's how you lose. And then Dawnbreaker, okay, just simple save, another hero to combo with that Ember Spirit. Now for Thunder Awaken, we need one more stun, one more setup, one more hero to just be in there, and then this Dawnbreaker is going to be feeling pretty alright. But it's where, is the answer for Infinity just going to be Puck? Very likely could. I think this is just, again, another situation where Puck versus Ember Spirit, Puck versus Dawnbreaker, Thunder Awaken don't have any just immediate disable. Could be your easy answer. And Abaddon, okay, I knew the SA teams were going to break it out sooner or later, but absolutely love this hero still. Another great answer. We'll have to see lane-wise if it goes up versus the Jakiro, but versus Jakiro and Ember Spirit, that casual disable that Thunder Awaken had up until this point is now very easily countered by the Abaddon.
It's going to follow around the most important hero and be ready to pop the shield onto him. So, solid pick. Gives you, I mean, basically no damage and no lockdown, but it's a defensive specialist, and, well, again, we talked about having to protect the Templar Assassin. This kind of plays into that a little bit, and maybe makes life easier for whatever the mid option is going to be. Because depending on what we see here, ET, not 100% ruling out the possibility that the Tusk does a little bit of moving, but Infinity could put that to rest here and just take another support.
Yeah, and if they want to keep us guessing, they should probably look for just that ranged offlaner, so that way we still could have that Enigma Tusk lane, perhaps. It's probably the easy one to look for, even though, of course, Enigma versus Dawnbreaker, proven to not be the prettiest of picks, but something along that line would keep that Tusk flexible into Thunder Awaken's last few bans. Now let's see. Okay. Taking a page out of DogChamp's book. Let's go. I love it. I absolutely love it. Again, another answer for that Jakiro. And now, no matter which lane the Jakiro goes to, Dual Breath's been countered. Done. Easy.
True.
You're going to really struggle to feel that Jakiro's effectiveness in the lanes now. And I was going to say with the Abaddon pickup, Infinity, again, taking maybe a peek at game 1 of the DogChamp series, because they did swap up their lanes and Excel did follow around that Naga Siren and made sure that it was almost impossible. So now saying, no matter what side you go to, done. We've got our answer for you. Now for Thunder Awaken, what are we going to pick up that's going to ignore these heroes? Because I feel like Infinity, they got what they wanted. It's going to really hurt the Jakiro's early game. But now, has Infinity drafted too much against the Jakiro? That's the next question here. And can we see an immediate counter pick from Knight, who now just needs to find a hero that doesn't care about LC or the TA or the Abaddon? I don't know. It's kind of a weird bill because we haven't really seen an emphasis on these heroes at all in the tournament.
Yeah, you're getting into territory where you might just have, well, okay, I was going to say you might just have to guess. That's probably still not true. Teams probably have at least some knowledge either from pubs or from scrims, but you're looking at heroes that don't have the most proven of track records, is maybe the more polite way to phrase it. But this is what happens, right? We get into that playoff mode, and I know earlier today we were kind of talking about it, that's sometimes more the realm of the NA teams to take those drastic changes between group and playoff, but well, you know, there's never a bad time to maybe try and learn a little bit from some of the other regions, but see, Thunder Awaken for now, though, do go in for the Monkey King, so you see an LC on the other side. It may not be a straight-up bully lane, but you're going to have Monkey King against a melee offlaner. Never a bad idea.
Yeah, and a hero that was very staunchly banned out in that previous draft where DogChamp picked up the Legion Commander. So Thunder Awaken still find their counter pick, and they still hold Infinity to it. So, you know, good pickup from them. The only other hero I could really think of was maybe a Terribly, but, you know, wanting to instead flex the lanes a little bit. Because, well, Infinity drafted 2 heroes saying that we can counter you in lane. Thunder Awaken say, yeah, we can claw it back just a little bit here. But Monkey King versus TA, very interesting matchup, very position-based matchup. Of course, you can get the TA without the refraction inside that Wukong's command. Well, hero dies pretty darn quick. It's also where maybe that Monkey King ring effect will change the game a little, because that armor is going to come out just a little bit faster for that Monkey King, where typically TA can very easily blow up Monkey King. If you catch him without that ring, if you can catch him in a situation where he is waiting for it to come back up, maybe that 0.2 seconds on the cast time actually is going to matter, and maybe this is going to be a much harder game for Parker than he's ready for. But again, getting out of those random possibilities, we'll see. And we'll see if that ends up actually affecting too much. While ban-wise for Infinity, they ban out the Death Prophet. They say that, well, Thunder, I guess you're going to make it a Forge Hero, and it's going to be A on the Dawnbreaker, because your lineup is trying to make a little bit less sense. Because otherwise, Infinity should ban out a 4 here, because it should be a 4, and then a 3 Dawnbreaker, and then a presumably 5 Jakiro, but they're saying, no, that's not what you're doing.
And on the Zeus at the end of the draft. That's, let's say, interesting. Let's keep it polite, because got some other words I could use that probably aren't too great. But yeah, DP and Zeus. Infinity apparently have some sort of clue here as to maybe a Thunder Awaken strat that we are not privy to, ET, but on the other side, also some split bans. The Venomancer banned out first, then the Shadow Fiend, so neither side's 100% sure what the other's doing, and we do get that final pick. It is going to be the Leshrac here, so... Well, if you're Infinity, seems more likely that they end up running the Leshrac mid instead of any sort of mid-Legion commander, but I guess we'll wait and see. But it seems probably the Leo-style Leshrac.
Well, and again, that's the best part about this hero. You keep that flexibility. No matter what Thunder Awaken go for, despite having the final pick, you know, you kind of did it. You kind of got everything you want. Of course, Lesh, still that broken hero that we all know him to be. And what name a better duo than Lesh TA at getting onto those objectives? Just one hero kills the buildings, one hero kills the Roche. They go for Sniper. Okay, interesting pick. Makes you maybe a little bit more hesitant as to what you slot in immediately for Infinity here, because now if it ends up just being that Sniper mid, which it is, you might just want to put the LC mid, and then Leshrac goes no. Okay, they say Leo style, you're going to take it mid. An annoying lane for the Leshrac, but okay, something that they're going to decide to play into. And Illich takes the Dawnbreaker off lane. Michael ends up as your 4-position Ember, something we haven't seen in a little bit, but a classic for him. And Frank and Genic, they decide to just run that off-lane melee duo versus the Monkey King. A lane that is a little bit annoying, but certainly something they're going to deal with. But I think, honestly, great draft from both teams. A little bit weird, a little bit different. Certainly heroes out of the typical pick order, but it's something that I think both teams are very happy with.
And Michael gets a chance to maybe to prove himself a little bit, because this position for Ember was more the calling card of Matthew than Michael, although I will say they both ran it, but Matthew was maybe a little more successful with it. Played a little bit more often, but we know what it can do, at least in theory, right? You've got a fair bit of damage and knockdown coming from your 4, but we'll have to see. And more importantly than what Michael can do here, can Thunder Awaken keep some of these heroes alive, right? That's always the threat when the Sniper comes into play. If anybody jumps onto that backline, you just disappear.
Yeah, precisely. It's where it is a very, very nice Sniper game. It's where, when it comes to defending your objectives, you're one of the best heroes in the game. Got an extremely advantageous matchup versus the TA and the Lesh, but it is the matter of whether or not a Blink Dagger is enough, and especially once Alone looks at his own Blink Dagger, you don't really have that auto-jump hero that will just always find the backline. And, well, Thunder Awaken certainly have something to look forward to in this game, and we'll have to see what Illich is actually able to do on this offlane Dawnbreaker, because, well, if Legion Commander Tusk wasn't very ideal, well, Dawnbreaker Ember feels even weirder. It's where the offlane duos certainly are maybe not your S-tier lanes, as I think the carries and the 5s are certainly way more at home with what they're playing, but we'll have to see. I think, if anything, Parker's pretty happy with what he has to play against. Still needs to be careful, mind you, and especially something you could say for the Ember Dawnbreaker matchup. They have a lot of dot. They have a lot of ways to actually get through the refraction this time around. It's just that no matter what you try to do, there is always that Abaddon shield, which will probably get Parker out of most of those sticky situations. But again, they're not the focus of this game. The focus is whether or not Sniper can get big enough to defend his towers, or is the TA-Lesh duo going to be that duo core that just pushes down every single objective before you're ready.
Got a little bit of words being exchanged back and forth as we start here, and it is worth reminding folks what is potentially at stake here as we get Game 1 underway. As we mentioned in the draft, if either one of these teams takes this series 2-0, they will claim the #1 seed moving into Phase 3. Now, it's also worth noting, if these two teams split the series and go 1-1, then the #1 seed is actually going to be 5-Rat, who will be watching these matches and just hoping that everybody plays fair and has fun and splits things equally and evenly. But we'll have to wait and see, right? We're talking about a 2-0. We're just now barely getting into game #1, but quite a lot at stake in this very last series.
Yeah, and as I'm sure Dota players will tell you, very rarely does something go the way you want it, especially when it comes to brackets and things out of your control. I've certainly seen some pretty hefty griefs, especially You remember back at TSM. Oh, poor TSM. Oh, the tiebreakers. Oh, the tiebreak.
Well, this time TSM doesn't have to bother with any tiebreakers. They get directly to phase 3, and well, we'll see what's going on with their support duo, I guess, once phase 3 gets underway, because that is yet to be announced publicly, but that is for a couple days from now. For now, this laning stage gets underway. We'll take a look bot first, but this one's going to be pretty quick to summarize. It is a melee core against a Monkey King, so Frank kind of has to stay back a little bit. Once he's got points up in the overwhelming odds, he might be able to grab a couple extra last hits, but for now, he's got to play it back a bit.
See you later,
Yeah,
nerds.
and at the same time, perfect creep pull comes from Genic. Of course, both creep waves will now meet behind the tower, and well, we'll see who that actually ends up helping more. As, okay, I got a cheeky kill on Excel's courier, but like I said, perfect creep pull, no creep camp spawn. Monkey King's going to try and deny and maintain as much as he can. Same story with Genic.
Frank's coming over, just tried to disrupt this at all, maybe find a last hit even, but does have to be kind of careful. He can hold the press the attack just in case there's a dual breath play onto him, but you are still going to eat a little bit of damage, and Frank decides it's probably not worth forcing himself in there, but it just means Frank, or excuse me, not Frank, Knight gets a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, but this is kind of exactly what you wanted. Frank might be eating damage and trading with the Jakiro, but Genic's now going to deny. It was a half wave before that then ended up dying to the Monkey King's tower, but then gets 2 denies in another wave, so just uses the creep wave a little bit more efficiently. And now it's going to be 3 waves just directly pushing into the Legion Commander. I think Frank's played this beautifully. And sure, the Monkey King eventually is going to push in, but it just feels like now Infinity get to sit back, let the XP come rolling.
Just gonna sort of keep it cool, at least for now. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Alone and Leo style starting to trade a little bit of damage. They've gotten their first few levels, so got the Lightning Storm spam, you've got the Shrapnel on the other side, and it still feels like someone's gonna have to step pretty far out of line for there to be kill potential, but they are exchanging some damage. Genic, okay, rotates in, gets the D ward, kind of gives up his position by doing so, but he's able to find a little bit for himself. And now, well, we'll see what Genic actually does with his abilities. He hasn't skilled up anything. He's sitting at level 2, so wanted to see if there's actually an opportunity to go into Alone here, and they will make their move. The Snowball comes in first. Shards will be deployed into the Splitter stun. But with Excel TPing in, they don't want to be here anymore. Genic, though, made that decision a little bit too late. DOT is on him. Is it enough to kill him, though? No, it is not. 4 HP.
Well, this'll work.
The Tusk barely gets out alive.
Yeah, just a great reaction from Excel, and of course, Tusk
Parker
spends all the spells, and yeah, a lot of damage traded out. Just a slight level discrepancy there, and now he has to go for the trade on the Michael, and it won't work. And now Prada, whoa, trying to save his teammate. No spells left for himself. Great double kill.
First blood goes, I believe, Michael's way, which, yeah, not the best hero to grab it, but hey, whatever. He's a support Ember. He's going to have a little bit more progress towards some sort of item, and it's the perfect example. Whether you're a core or a support, ET, level 1 Searing Chain Sleight of Fist still hits for the same amount of damage.
Just great level timing. Gives even some more XP over to the Dawnbreaker, and Illich is really the true winner, as Parker even misses out on full creep wave. And of course, TA will always have time to recover in the jungle, but definitely not that lane dominating start that I think Parker was looking for. But again, that comes back to the lane being so adept at getting through that refraction. It's just Prada not able to help his teammate out too much.
And,
This was over before it
well,
started.
there's your downside to the Abba pickup. He's a very strong defensive hero, but maybe not this early to the game. Can't really rely upon him too heavily, but if you're Infinity, a stumble out of the gates, but certainly still something that can be recovered from. And see Genic still trying to hang out in this section of the map. He spent a lot of time here, and well, part of that's because the Legion Commander doesn't really need a whole crazy amount of babysitting based on the way that he's playing, but this isn't accomplishing a crazy amount right now either, which is kind of where things get rough. Although I say that, Excel is going to finally get spotted out. Frank comes over, so they've got the 2v1. Snowball's going to come in, but Alone, he wants to get involved. He's starting to push Genic back, and Genic realizes, I don't have the damage to do this. I don't have the life to survive, and it's a bad day to be a Tusk.
Yeah, but hey, bought time for Frank to steal 2 creep waves. Now Frank just needs to make sure he doesn't lose aggro here, but is also just trying to not eat any damage from the Jakiro. And the shenanigans, while it has resulted in 32 and 14 as the CS line for the Monkey King, it has been getting Frank quite a lot of XP. He hasn't been able to last it too much, but hey, it's better than nothing, and this is where he's going to find a lot of that good farm.
You can hit that level 6. If you could start making moves with the duel, a slow laning stage can be quite easily bounced back from. But what is going on here? Michael runs into the river, not really able to grab the rune. He does force Genic to take it, I suppose, which is a bit of a benefit. And he does walk away, obviously still with HP. So overall, that is not a bad play from the Emperor.
No, gets to deny it, gets to survive that situation as well, just having the boots already, just using his gold efficiently. And mana spent, any mana wasted this game is going to be a success for Thunder Awaken. It's just more time, more space bought for that sniper to just slowly and easily kind of defend his middle tower, as Leo Style will eventually probably give up on trying to make those plays and instead rely on his jungle a little bit. But that's where you do have too many cooks here. Parker also wants to farm and then build himself up, so meaning that the Leshrac can't really afford to retreat. It's where there's really only one way forward for Leo Style. Eventually, he's going to have to go bottom towards that monkey's lane, but I can only imagine he's only going to put himself at risk there once he feels like he can get some support from his Legion.
Yeah, the timings, it's going to be tight on the Infinity side, but there is a world in which it all kind of works out for them. They've just got to hit the right windows, and right now, they're looking to hit some opposing heroes. Genic and Leo Style have smoked up. They're pushing their way top. Prada, acting as the bait, does have to basically die for this, but can they get a return kill? Illich is completely trapped up here, and yeah, Leo Style is able to take him down. They clean that up. Michael did get away, but 4-4 support trade. Infinity are going to be happy with it as they get their first kill on the board.
Yeah, and now they just have to be very mindful because Infinity's next play is going to be met with that Solar Guardian. We've seen too many teams just lose track of that level 6 of the Dawnbreaker and then go down because of it. They do lose out on the stack, though. Alone gets the push into the jungle. A just scouts it out. Let's see what Rune is. Okay, Regen Rune kind of props up there. The only sad thing about that top rotation, even though it's great they get Illich, is that Frank TP's there without having level 6, so he doesn't get really any benefit there. Even though, back to stealing, on the other side, Leo Style gets to take this nice little Archcamp stack.
Yep, so a stack stolen from each side. Michael, his way over, he's going to see Genic, gets the root. Does Illich want this fight, though? Alone sure as hell does. Assassinate. Comes through, Illich finishes the job, and it's not quite as much as maybe they would have gotten if they took that full stack, but it's some of it back.
And that's where the hammer damage, it's fearsome. It's also where bottom lane, eating a lot of damage, just a small tick from that Jakiro, and Frank still not really being in a position to defend a lot of his buildings. It's where Thunder Awaken don't really have a great way to get to that next step. It's where, unfortunately, in their lineup, just having the sniper, they don't have somebody to go in until that Ember hits level 6, which is now more or less a tome timing because he's a support. But with bottom, I don't know if they save Excel, though. He's not worth it. If it was on the monkey, then maybe the Dawnbreaker would have went, but just dies way too quickly.
That's Frank's first duel win, so a bit of momentum. 10 damage is not exactly going to be game-changing, but just get him into the habit, find some kills, find some duel wins, right? And just try to get him more active as this game goes on. And in all honesty, I think the most important aspect of that kill is that it takes all the pressure away from the towers. The tier 1s, both bot and mid, were getting hit up. Now they're both safe. Parker, though, he's not all that safe. That Solar Guardian from Illich is not the best on the timing, but they're still trying to force this fight. But at this point, the operative word ET is force. They just felt too committed. They had to go for it. They're not going to get it, and now Michael should be picked off as well.
Yeah, just a little bit too greedy. He's going to make him work for it, but yeah, you're walking into TA traps, you're getting surrounded. Again, without your level 6, your Ember Spirit cannot really lead in, and that's a situation where they really would have liked that initiation instead of what Illich tried, which was just him walking up and hoping level 2 chains would have been enough time for him to channel out his ulti, but kind of a swing and a miss, and now that there isn't Solar Guardian, the rest of the map has to be a little bit more careful, because those dimes that Infinity can put together were most likely, or are more likely to just straight up work now, even though we are seeing more of that farming game play out. Leo Style getting a little bit more of that jungle farm time just because he's got a Bloodstone to look for. It's where Parker doesn't have any stacks to rely on in his own jungle, which is kind of sad for him, and you'll see that, yeah, oh, my Let's just farm this, and there is no stack for me to play for right now, but he'll retreat to the other side of the jungle and then hopefully farm his way back. You know, his timings right now looking pretty great. I don't know how Parker always manages to do this, but maybe it's just because he doesn't end up going for all of those small items, but Deso is only another Mithril Hammer away.
Yeah, I mean, Parker has his own style of efficiency, right? Just the one Wraith Man, doesn't get any intermediate items, as you mentioned. It does mean he's less prone to taking any of the risks that could potentially get you more gold, but that's the gambler's mentality, right? Parker doesn't really play it that way.
No, definitely not. There hasn't been any pressure on the sniper, though, which is maybe a little bit worrisome, and we also haven't seen much pressure put onto those tier 1s just yet, but right now, in the lane where those tier 1s are still alive, seeing some scrappy, just trying to get XP, barely surviving, Genning's extremely low. Frank is too scared to even show his face in the monkey's lane. It's where there's no real obvious next objective. Leo Style would like to bust down the monkey's tower, but into Solar Guardian, into what is a fully Echo-sabered Monkey King who's almost level 10, there's just no good way for him to get onto any buildings right now. And same goes for Thunder Awaken. There's no reason for them to stretch themselves out so thin, especially when they're farming the map just one lane ahead of Infinity right now.
Meanwhile, checking in on Alone's build, this is 100% Stat King based. Power Treads, 4 Wraith Bands, and working his way towards a Dragon Lance. So, Alone knows what he's about. He's not going to rush damage, he's not going to rush durability. He says, just give me Agi. That's it. Just let me hit things.
And I'll look bottom. Leo Style, he's here to kill the tower, but that's where they're already set up here. And they don't know about him, and now needs some help.
Oh my god. There's going to be the Wukong's command, the Solar Guardian. They take Leo Style down. Prada falls immediately after, and oh, that's the full combo. That's everything that they've got, and it works to perfection.
Yeah, and now enough time for them to actually bust down this bottom tier 1. See if the cliff comes through. Nope. Would have refreshed, but doesn't really matter too much in the larger scale. But at the same time, that's what Leo Style should have been more concerned about, and just wasn't able to get really the rest of his team on board with that push. As mid, Gennec shards off the mark, doesn't find the return kill, and the map is starting to feel a little bit more awkward for Infinity to play.
Especially if they lose this tower too. Thunder Awaken, just bring everybody over. Let's try and take another tier 1. Assassinate, targeting up Gennec. He's going to get stunned. He is going to get taken down. The tower will fall, and Parker, I don't think this is worth it. Whatever he's attempting here, could just rotate back into his jungle and continue to farm, because it doesn't seem like there's going to be much of a fight coming out.
And now look, mid, Michael
Okay.
took the DD, but shouldn't win the duel, and now Remnant away, and Frank,
Oh boy, Frank gets taken down. At least he doesn't lose the duel, right? You don't win it, but you don't lose it either. You don't give any damage over. But that's supposed to be a pretty easy one. Michael just would not go down, and even jumped back in at the end to make sure that they sort of secured that kill onto the LC.
no, definitely unfortunate. Now Illich,
He doesn't really have any way out
like
of
he's,
this.
yeah, very dead, and at the same time Leo Style goes down too.
Style goes down, and Gennec, well, I said before, you know, it's not a good day to be a Tusk. That continues. Double kill for the Monkey King, and we're just not seeing Gennec having too many opportunities to do anything. It's not that he's trying and failing, it's that the opportunities are just not really materializing.
Yeah, it's where the only lane for them to really find kills or go for kills is still the Dawnbreakers lane, but you know, Parker got his kill by himself. He doesn't need anybody else. He's got a straight up Deso. He's ready to almost look for his first Aegis attempt. He's still extremely farmed on the TA, but it's where Thunder Awaken are simply too good at defending their buildings, and also you're not finding the connection between the Abaddon and the Leshrac. Very rarely have we seen Prada just walk up straight up to an objective with Leo style, mainly because he's scared of showing too many heroes and then Thunder Awaken just bringing 5 as they have so far. It's where, unfortunately, Infinity's lineup is just a little bit slow, and they're unable to make those out rotation plays that they should look to make. And in the meantime, well, Thunder Awaken have just got this pretty nice early lead. The only one on Infinity who's up there net worth-wise is the Templar Assassin, and sure, Park is extremely farmed. He's looking for his BKB already, which is a stellar timing, but they want to find another play. Thunder Awaken, though, coming into TA Town, they are going to scout out Frank really early on into this fight, and hopefully he doesn't go down, but
It's not
a lot of
looking
damage.
great. Big pull, okay. We'll allow him to make it out. At the same time, Parker did reveal himself. Got the double meld onto Illich, took out like 2/3 of his health, but can't go for any more than that, and he knows it. Without the BKB, it's just too risky. And wait a minute. That is a bit of a switch up. Parker now going for the Aghanim Scepter play for the projection instead of the BKB, which, well, I can sort of see the reasoning, right? ET, you've got more global presence at the cost of maybe your defensive capabilities, but if you want to take a fight, he can TP himself wherever he wants. If you don't want to take a fight, he can just dodge and farm, and now they can make the jump in onto Knight in the middle lane. Do they have the damage to kill him off? Not quite yet. Solar Guardian's coming in. And now they're in trouble. Parker getting double stunned up. Defensive snowball, though,
Really
pulls him
good.
away. Okay. They're going to walk out of this, at least for now. Genic is not looking like he wants to give up on this, though, and that may be a bit of a mistake. I don't really know if he's going to be able to live for very long. Prada tries to get in with the Aphotic Shield, but it's still not enough.
Yeah. Unfortunate positioning from Genic. Great snowball before, but then tries a little bit too hard for the play on the ward. And yeah, that Parker Ags, it's simply a nice choice versus the sniper, saying that Thunder Awaken don't have too many ways to kill me, or if they have already got me, then I might just be dead. It's also just knowing that he's going to have the Dispel to play with, saying that they might be slightly lower lockdown, because yeah, he just has an Ags now. Disassembles his Dragonlance even for it. So just more farm, more time to play with, play around with, as it looks like Infinity are just going to take a much slower style to this game, but killing Michael off in the top lane, just randomly near the tier 2, a little bit too far forward for that Ember.
Yeah, get another duel win into Frank's hands. Slowly starting to build up some damage and try and push the timings back a little bit. Buy more time, get some more farm. Not a bad plan overall, as, well, Alone has spotted out some heroes, and yeah, Leo Style needs some help. Prada, waiting on the shield, throws it out now. That shield did not last long at all, so Leo Style is dead. Now Prada is going to have his ult popped. He's not even going to try for the TP at this point. Probably smart on his part, because there's no way that he finishes that TP, and Thunder Awaken managed to find themselves a couple of kills.
Yeah, just a nice set. Nothing that's going to lead them into the pit, though, which is one of the biggest issues for Thunder Awaken. It's where maybe if we see a Deso build coming in from Alone or from Knight, we could see them actually swing for that objective, because that's really all they want. If they can take the Aegis or the thought of an Aegis out of Parker's hands, then suddenly Parker has a little bit less to play for, and he does have to concede and just say, okay, I am the farming TA. I've got traps. I can farm the entire bottom lane, the entire Radiant jungle, and my side of the map all at the same time, which will result in a very farmed TA, but the rest of the lineup is just kind of floundering for plays. And it's why, as we've talked about already, Genic is struggling. There's just no one for him to play with right now, because the other two cores are farming, and well, farming's great, but farming isn't helping him out in the slightest. The only other person he could play with is Frank, but Frank's looking for his own solo plays, and he'll try bottom, and with the TA coming in, okay, that's a great pick.
Able to make that one happen, and that is the thing. This is what they need, right? You picked a Tusk, you picked a Legion Commander. You want to try and take fights. You have TA and Leshrac, so you want to try and get objectives. but being behind by this many kills is kind of setting them back a little bit, and now the timing's awkward because the heroes who want kills can't find too many of them, and the heroes who want to push objectives can't push objectives because you're not finding any kills to actually make a push. But through all of this, ET, I mean, net worth-wise, they've clawed it back, right? They were trailing by 1.5, 2K, not a massive deficit, but they're back on top right now. A lot of that is concentrated in the TA, as you were pointing out, but at least it's something, right? At least you're not just getting massively out-farmed everywhere, and they can look ahead to, well, what eventually does have to be some sort of fight. You can't avoid it forever, but Infinity want to be as strong as possible before they commit.
Yeah, and the smoke, it is geared towards looking for the TA in her jungle, especially once these ancients spawn. This is when Parker would look to make that trap back, but also looking for the heroes in front of him. Somebody has to be standing in front of the TA, looking for smokes, and they will see Leo Star on the low ground, and what a blink.
Michael,
Connection.
still got
Yeah,
the
he's
room.
gonna get it, but
He pops the Bloodstone, though. He's not going down without a fight here on the Leshrac, and it is a hell of an engagement in terms of his ability to survive it, but eventually they do take him down. But
yeah, kicking and
ET,
screaming.
the most important thing to remember, think of how that would have gone if Leo Style had 50 extra health.
I know.
Thank God for the
it's-
Bloodstone nerf.
And really the only reason why he died, but alone.
He's
Look at
getting
that.
dueled up.
Oh no, up the river. He's got the kick, but
Oh.
with the punch, oh.
Four staffs get him away. Now he turns, drops down the shrapnels. They take out Frank and Genick and Parker. It is time to go. Root, gonna be there. Another four staff coming into play, though, so he is able to get himself out, and, well, that goes terribly. All right, they thought they had a quick and easy duel win and kill. Instead, they get neither. Parker does just jump to a trap and kill Excel, but the Jakiro's okay with that because now they know where Parker is. They're going to go into the pit.
And they feel comfortable enough. They saved both their BKBs from before, and largely there is a DD on the monkey. Without this DD, I
Yeah.
still feel like the Roche would probably just be too long and annoying, but still, it's amazing that Alone survived that situation in the first place. I think just not expecting the sniper to be that far forward and then not having any follow-up because Leo Style was still taken down, and now Alone has an Aegis. And sure, Parker's still farming. That's what we're going to keep on saying because that's the Parker way. Parker will always be farming. You do wonder if Thunder Awaken are just slowly but surely getting this game out of their control. And very importantly, they pick up this gem on Illich, who will now run up and down the lanes, look to deward those TA traps, and then close in where Parker's actually able to farm. And then, again,
Wait.
while Parker is farming, and that's great, you are taking that away from every other hero on Infinity. It's really just Parker farming, and then Leo Style gets whatever he doesn't want to farm. It's not the most fun for every other member.
So this is where things get a little bit weird because that gem did just get passed off to Excel, which he's going to be in the area of the vision maybe a little bit more often, but he's not exactly a durable hero. Speaking of not durable heroes, Genick, it's just not a fun time for him. 0-8 now. That's going to lead into this tower push, so Thunder Awaken are trying to clear out vision. They're trying to clear out TA traps. They're taking objectives, but they just sent a lone down bot. He is going to be able to defend the tier 2 for the time being, but he TP'd in all by himself. Infinity obviously didn't know that, and they do actually back off in a situation where realistically they didn't need to, but now they're going to try to make a play, and here comes the consequences of putting that gem on the Jakiro instead of Illich. It is now in the other team's hands.
Yeah, that's a free pick that is honestly extremely unfortunate. And now you could probably give the gem over to Prada. Frank's holding it for now, but even
Parker's
just putting in the
getting
base is
jumped
good.
on.
But yeah, and they hold him.
Not long enough. That's a very short channel on that projection. 1.5 seconds. Parker gets away, got the tower, and well, he doesn't have a whole lot of HP still, so we might want to be careful mid because there are heroes making their way over. And the Ice Path hit him. The Macropyre comes in onto it. He's able to pop that refraction, but he's still in some trouble. Has to try and get away. His teammates are actually coming in to try and help out. Genick blinks in, goes for the Walrus Punch. Leo Style now into the middle of the engagement as well. looking for as much damage as they can, but they're not hitting a specific target. They're a little bit split up. Now they're trying to focus back in on Alone, but Parker has lost his backup. His teammates are in the river, so he is really just getting absolutely beaten down. Does he survive this? No, he does not. He got the kill onto Illich before he dies, but ET, that felt so just uncoordinated from Infinity.
Enjoy this.
Yeah, just ended up really sticking themselves in the worst possible situation, and the only way that Parker actually could have died, and even though Leo Style was doing a great job making a lot of space there, as soon as the sniper shows up, both of the cores need to go. And now, well, Prada's getting chased down, but is able to walk away with his ultimate, but that's simply the game that we're in. Anytime that sniper is showing up to a team fight, you are either on top of him or you are disengaging, because otherwise you get caught, you get slowed down. If you don't have BKB or a Blink Dagger, there's just no good answer to the sniper in this game. It's why they went for it last pick, because they know that you have to jump me or you lose. Those are the stakes. And in that situation, it doesn't end up costing anybody any buildings. It's Parker's first death. It's really just gold in the Pocket of Thunder Awaken, but those stakes will continuously rise in this game.
See situations developing on both sides of the map. Knight was sort of eyeballing Genic, not going to commit for it, just wants the last hit instead. Meanwhile, Excel is going to hit up Prada here. Alone's coming over as well, and there is no borrowed time for a few more seconds, so Prada gets an easy one, but Frank's now going to push in. He drops the duel, but there's the Solar Guardian. I don't know if this was a great idea. Excel does end up dying, but this Assassinate, it's going to take Frank down, and not really sure that was worthwhile. I don't think he got the duel win there either, so if that had happened, maybe we're looking at a slightly different situation. But without it, it just looks kind of rough.
Yeah, just getting baited a little bit is the TLDR there. Just not really valuing what that Solar Guardian could have done for you, but with top
Hasted Tree
coming
moving.
in.
Mischief doing some funny stuff there as Leo Style gets jumped in on, and
Expected.
Knight, this is a build that we aren't quite used to seeing. Of course, we don't see Monkey King core all that often anyway, but he's got the BKB. He went for the Scotty as the pickup. Now he's looking towards the Basher, so really, maybe there are some questions in terms of durability, but his job is to get on someone and make sure they do not move.
No, and he's a scary, scary monkey. And Parker, well, he's got a BKB. He's back here, and Aegis just got reclaimed.
Oh, Alone. Can he somehow... Nope, he can't. He's going to get taken down. The Knight is starting to fight, though. There's going to be the Wukongs. It will hit up onto 3. Does he have the Boundless? Not for 13 more seconds, but they might not need it. Michael comes in, getting a little bit of extra damage in there. Frank will fall first. Prada now in some trouble as well. His ult really doesn't do him any favors there. Once it ends, he still dies, but all of that bought time for Parker to get away to safety. Gold-wise, they come out ahead. Experience-wise, they come out ahead for Infinity, but Leo as a very aggressive play. They're going to try to get onto Knight. Parker's rejoining, looking for the damage, but their front line just collapsed completely because it was just getting.
Enjoy this.
Yeah, just maybe assuming that Knight had already used that BKB in the prior engagement. There's no real reason for them to go that crazy, but yeah, they lose their lives. They continue to push into Thunder Awaken, and Thunder Awaken say, hey, we've got more than just a sniper as our core. We've got Knight, who is extremely farmed, and the most shocking thing about his build isn't even the items. It's just that there's no Maelstrom, there's no Battle Fury. He hasn't gone for a farm accelerating item, and he's still this farmed. Maybe EU carry is just built different, because this is incredible stuff. He is just one of the most farmed heroes in the game, despite not having to rely on any of those crutches. Maybe this is just the new wave, because he, again, is that carry that is just ready to and prepared to carry this game if Alone does end up dying or dropping the ball like that. And even Alone says that. Reflected in his item build, he's got an AC queued up. Says that maybe I can rely on my monkey to do a little bit of that legwork.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy. Just swapped over for a second. He's got the second highest last hit count, so he is farming. This is not a, oh, he's getting all the money from a 7-0 and 10 stat line. That's just been supplementing the second highest last hit count in the game. So a crazy level of efficiency out from Knight, and a situation where the momentum is beginning to kind of drift back towards even. Both sides now have built up sizable net worth leads, I'd say, for the time frame that we were in, right? We were sort of kicking around that 15 to 25 minute mark, so these squads were ahead by couple thousand, but now I don't really know if we're going to see that back and forth anymore. Now feels like whichever team can harness the momentum has the chance to hold it for a good long while.
Yeah, and we are in that waiting phase where Roche is going to become the new objective that everybody's going to run and look at. And of course, while we're, hemming and hawing over Knight's net worth, Parker is still the top, and he is still farming. He's got 420 last hits. Man's never really stopped, as well as Leo Style finishing up a BKB, so that last track is getting battle ready. It's where all of the cores, it's where the odds have escalated. Everybody needs a BKB now. Everybody needs some form of escape or initiation. Otherwise, you are just a dead core. And bottom, Illich saw Parker actually go to this trap and then immediate meld. Parker's not as sneaky as he thinks he is, and yeah, Parker's gone. He's out, but the rest of the lineup, jumping,
Oh,
Frank.
Frank didn't get it. Now he's in trouble. He's going to get stunned up. Here comes the Solar Guardian. That's Frank dead. Excel has to give his life in exchange, but they're on to Leo Style. They got him with the root. They're going to be able to lock him down. No, they're not. He pops a BKB. He pops a Bloodstone. He will run for his life. And it looks like he's going to make it out only because they really just kind of shift their target. They want Genic instead. A far easier kill. They do manage to find it. In the meantime, Alone stayed behind and found himself a kill onto Prada. So he's taking care of a little bit of extra business on the back end of the fight, but it's a fight that Thunder Awaken very clearly win.
Yeah, and with that, maybe the two other side lanes are getting pushed in. Maybe you haven't dealt with that just yet, but you set up some more control. Now your midway's getting cut. Okay, that's where you draw the line. That's where maybe some hero tries to TP back and look for the TA. As actually, Michael might just walk onto him.
Sentry. They're able to get the vision down. They're hitting him up. BKB comes out, though. Parker's just going to channel his way out of here. Yeah, Searing Chains weren't back up, so... Okay. Parker cuts the wave, gets himself out. All in all, not a bad move there to prevent. Well, honestly, I'm not sure what was prevented, because the Tier 2 tower was already taken. I don't think they were going to go for the Tier 3 anyway, but... whatever. If you're Parker, you keep any sort of semblance of a threat to your high ground away, and they go back to farming.
Yeah, Parker did just the 25, so has the 7 refraction instances, so, not the melt hit bash, but also it's hard to not go those refraction instances, even though melt hit bash would be a kill, but they found a jump onto A, and they take him down yet again. Feels like that's their easy pick off, if they can ever find it, and they can find it pretty reliably, especially with this nice ward behind the Tier 2 mid. Gets an idea of where the Jakiro is, and now they're looking to stage a 5v4. They want to try and keep the snowball going as Illich. Well, the duel's there, brother.
Yep. Yeah, Frank just waited it out for as long as he could before pulling the trigger. Genic, okay. He's going to get caught out here as well, but they're okay with this trade-off. And now with the Wukong's command being used, this is looking pretty good from the Infinity standpoint. And Roche is back up in 5 seconds, so there won't be a Wukong's command. You won't immediately have Dawnbreaker unless you're willing to buy back. You do now know that Roche was respawned because they left a trap in the pit. Parker could just go for the projection to get himself over there and immediately start working on Roshan, but okay, there we go. I was going to say we're not seeing it just yet, but we will see the move now.
Yeah, it's Parker, double meld. This is going to go real quick, and nobody's going to bat an eye. They need to head over right now, but Parker, he gets bashed. Is that going to be enough for the interrupt?
Michael?
Nope.
He's not actually going. Well, thought for a moment that maybe he suspected something, but they just let it go for free, and yeah, I mean, Parker should not have really been able to get away with that, but there's the strength of the sonic projection. He just gets in, and there really is no indication, unless maybe you're close enough to hear the noise of the trap, because, I don't know, it still does set the trap off, but nobody was close enough at the time, so just Roche for free.
Yeah, really unfortunate situation, because that's an objective that Thunder Awaken would have fought for, and one that they thought they had a handle on, but they didn't even check the pit for good 7-8 minutes, where Parker just snuck in a trap, and that's why it's so immediate. As soon as it respawns, suddenly that happens, and of course, maybe some unluck with not having the Monkey King, completely ready. There's maybe 20 seconds out of his Wukong's command, then Parker, he showed up here. Gem on Michael.
They're going to jump right in onto him. Solar Guardian being dialed in here. They do manage to get the stun. They'll burn through the Aegis. Where is the help? Nowhere. Yeah. Nobody is coming, and Parker...
Okay, that was
That's
unexpected.
just a little bit sad the way that plays out for him.
And we just really aren't going to get a team fight, are we? Infinity have just said that, nah, never. We are just going to keep on looking for pickoffs. We're going to keep on looking to be the annoying squad instead, and maybe that's their way to win. But look, mid, time to go. The slight doesn't hit, though, so everybody's going to retreat. But all retreating to Thunder Awaken's Observer here. They want to. They would have to re-smoke, but the gem, kill the obs, walk away. Both teams are not allowed to have vision this game.
In the meantime, I'm looking at Prada here. For a second, I was wondering how the hell did he get enough farm to get the Aghanim Scepter? The answer is because that's all he's got. There's no other utility here whatsoever. He just went straight for the Ags, and, well, under the right circumstances, ET, it is a pretty powerful Ags, right? You just kind of massively launch out healing, but that means the Abba has to be in the middle of that engagement in a scenario where a lot of the time Thunder Awaken have been able to just ignore him and leave him to come back to later. So I don't really know if he's going to be able to demand the aggro that you kind of need to make that scepter work.
Yeah, and 31 to 15, man. It's funny just because there hasn't really been too many easy team fights. Knight finished off a nullifier though. That's a huge pickup, one that will certainly, and almost definitely kill off the Flashes. Genic, well, tried. Could not blink out of his own Yule Scepter though, because the shrapnel's there. And even though, and before of course, killing Parker is great in that top lane, at least Infinity got some damage on that bottom tier 3, because at the end of the day, I still don't know how Infinity definitively get to an objective unless the sniper is dead. Because Alone just hasn't touched or been touched by a hero in what feels like 15 minutes at this point. There just hasn't been a good go onto him except for that one attempt mid, which feels like eons ago, and now another smoke up. Alone leading the charge here, even maybe baiting a little bit, is gonna walk underneath the gem, and hey Alone.
Well, this is awkward. Solar Guardian, though, coming in. Alone, not dead yet. Solar Guardian still taking some time, but they will hit. Stun up onto 2. Wukong's command comes in as well. Frank is in trouble, but before Frank goes down, Alone falls first. But now they see their target. They know Parker's here. They're going to just focus everything they've got on him. But Parker's able to channel. He gets himself out with the projection. 1.5 seconds, ET is just so ridiculous. He gets away. Prada does have to die, but you trade him for Sniper, and well, maybe now they have an opportunity to do anything else. Alone had been kind of the stopgap, but he's going to be down for a bit.
Yeah, and well, they're trying to chase down Leo style here. I don't know if it's actually going to work from Knight, but yeah, Alone, just little did he know that he was walking in front of 3 heroes there, and then the smoke just, unfortunately, was crafty, but just not there to back him up. Just dies way too quickly. Even then, it was kind of a misplaced ring. If maybe it was actually on top of the TA, you could see him going down, but just not enough disable is kind of the name of the game here. It's why Parker has gotten away so many times with the Aghanim Scepter TP. Just not that much lockdown. It's where you almost want some hero to get a hex somewhere. Maybe it's Michael who just randomly decides to get it so you have that easy stun, but until then, nobody can put a finger on him. He just gets to survive in a lot of situations where he probably should be dead. And funnily enough, even though they kill Alone, Knight's still farming. Knight's still having a great game. He's going to be 25 soon on that Monkey King. And then, of course, one of the best 25s in the game, the Wukong's ring, just gets doubled over. And then those team fights get nearly impossible. Still haven't seen Infinity ever go near the high ground or an objective in this game. Just feels like they know themselves that pushing is not the ideal for them, but it's where the only thing they can do is farm, so they're just going to try to farm as much as they can and make this game weird. As Prada, might be caught, but Gem is out, Frank's running, he'll be fine and going.
Oh, they jump! Solar Guardian's going to come in, though, so they're not going to get this Wukong's kill immediately, and they might not get it at all. Frank is the one who dies. Prada is going to fall as well. The Wukong's command comes out, Leo style. He's getting away for now, but his BKB is starting to run out of time, so he's going to get silenced up, stunned as well. Secondary stun in. They're just battering away at him. Stormcrafter technically used, but there was absolutely no way it was going to be helpful. And Genic is going to be the only person to really walk out of the fight. Parker did manage to sort of bail while he could, because, again, Psionic Projection is very fair, but that's a lost fight, and a fight that did not have to happen. Infinity really thought that they had sort of caught their opponents out, but ET, I mean, we're 40 minutes in. It has not changed. The Dawnbreaker is still in the lineup. It's just they keep pushing in anyway, thinking that they have the damage before Solar Guardian comes in, and they've been wrong just about every time.
Yeah, just not respecting Illich or overestimating themselves. Probably a combination of the two. And, well, now Infinity, you're going to get Glyph forced out of you. You got another Glyph for the racks. And this is as far out as Thunder Awaken have been in a long, long time. But Parker's not going to be able to get the split push plays going either. Okay, kick back.
Okay.
Reveal. Oh, brutal.
Well, that time they have more than enough damage because the Solar Guardian is not available. They get the highest value kill they could have found as well. That's a godlike streak brought to an end, and that actually plays out pretty much perfectly as Frank is still trying to chase, but the tier 3 tower goes down. So they do get the glyph refreshed, and then they take the fight. So they find the kill, and they have glyph still available to them, and thought for a moment maybe they knew that Alone was farming in here. They are checking now, but it's already too late.
Yeah, just a little bit too far away. Owen's looking to finish off an MKB now. Actually have some damage, and as well as countering out Parker's Butterfly, which he of course has, but now it's the opposite. Infinity says it's our turn. We're going to take your buildings now. We're going to take these outer towers, and this is the first time that Thunder Awaken haven't felt confident to actually defend these buildings. Instead, they say we're the high ground team, and they are the high ground team. Their high ground is terrifying. They have Jakiro, they've got Sniper, they've got Monkey King once he is alive, but enough of an opening for Infinity to really close in. And now, without those outer tier 2s, the split push threat is always going to be present. It's where that TA is now going to be even more obnoxious than she was before. In addition to Parker just continuing to eclipse everybody in net worth. 612 last hits. And we'll have to see, because of course the game is going to get focused around that Roche pit. 52 seconds. It's where everybody kind of has to take a step back and realize what's at stake here. But I think you couldn't ask for a better way for Genic to reveal his Ags. Is just getting the high value target. And now for the rest of the game, until maybe Genic gets a little bit more of that just cast range, he is going to be the new threat that Thunder Awaken always have to find at the beginning of the team fight. It's where even if you get that Solar Guardian out under a target, well, if they get kicked away, well, what are you going to do? I don't know. It's going to get real scary real quick. It's why the smoke and now the break.
Jump onto Michael, quick and easy kill. Already taken down, dual win comes in. Wukong's commando does get channeled out, and Frank is caught right in the middle of it. They're going to be able to take him down. Tusk dropping low as well off to the side. He's not dead yet with the Yule Scepter, but as of right now, he's not really the focus. They're trying to just regroup on the Thunder Awaken side, use the Wukong's command as a rallying point, and it's going to work out pretty well. They find 2 kills, but they want more. Trying to get onto Prada with the Nullifier, and well, they hit him with it, but they don't want to chase any further.
No, still very scary. Knight wins the duel as well, but that was trying to go for the big money play there. And if you look at Roche, they're all on back. They know that they need help here. The Ice Path missed, though. They're going to think Parker's stunned, but they have vision, the shrapnel.
Alone is hitting him up quite nicely, but look at Frank. Waiting for his moment. Blink Dagger's back up. He needs the duel as well. 1 second for that. And they have an opportunity. Alone gets into the pit. They're looking for it. Who actually grabs the Aegis? Parker's going to get it. Alone gets taken down. The gem hits the deck. And Thunder Awaken, they've just got to back themselves off right now because their manpower is exceptionally low right now. There's no buyback on the Sniper. There's no buyback on Michael because he used his already. And now we're going to get that high ground defense tested.
High ground defense that is stressing out right now because guess what? Genic found Knight. And okay, again, Dawnbreaker ulti. Is it too fast though? It is, and now, well, a gift has been coming. Illich, I don't know if he's going to be able to walk out. They get vision. He's going to get kicked again. Okay. Look at the base.
They finally managed to out-damage the Solar Guardian just when they needed it most, ET, because, yeah, as you say, the base, it's getting hit up. We finally get to see the strength from this lineup. We talked about in the draft how strong they would be at taking objectives. They've needed 45 minutes, but they're finally in.
And honestly, the game's over. Parker just got a DD run. If they go for tier 4s, they know that there's no racks. If there's no buyback, then this is the game. They're going to call it. There's just no way they can hold now.
Parker realizing Yeah, there's no one here. Let's go for it. Let's take the tier 4s. They get both. Illich is going to do his best, but it feels like it's already too late. The Ancient has been exposed. Illich gets taken down. Parker finds the kill, pushing onto
Okay.
Excel as well. Oh, hold on. Yeah, now they've got the money. The buybacks come through. The Wukong's command is going to be deployed. They try to kick him out of his own ring, but it doesn't work. But the Ancient is still exposed. 3k HP. Parker trying to get in there, hoping to just bring it down, or at least bring down Knight. He's going to be able to do the latter. They get the Monkey King. And that might just be it. Alone has to try and hold, but he's going to get kicked back, forced to pop his BKB, but they are keeping him contained. The Walrus Punch puts him up in the air, and it might just be able to do this. Parker does go down, but that's only his first life. The Aegis is going to get him right back on the front lines, and it's got to be over. Michael's doing some serious work on the back end there, taking down Leo style, but it's not enough. GG called.
And we'll get to see some of the numbers there from Parker at the end with the CS, with everything, but just pulled apart. And then at that final Roche fight, just unable to get in there at all with the Monkey King. Just wasn't able to do very much. Didn't have his ring, didn't have his BKB, wasn't on the same page as the rest of the lineup. And then really the one hero that shouldn't have gone in, that being your sniper, who didn't have buyback, who had to wait his entire death timer, goes in. You didn't have buyback immediately on the Monkey King. He had to wait for it to passively come back up, but just ends up being too little, too late. You use your glyph, you lose your heroes. Infinity just get way too big of an influx of gold, of power, and of course that Aegis just allowing Parker to do whatever he wants there, hit the Ancient, hit the Rax, hit whatever, didn't end up mattering. And then really Genic, quietest game on Tusk for the longest time, but ends up being the linchpin that causes the domino effect, where Thunder Awaken, they get kicked away, he goes for the big money plays, he finds the sniper, he finds the Monkey King, and then Parker just has, I guess, the net worth to make it all work at the end of the day there. Because really, I feel like that second Roche is the gut-wrenching one, where Thunder Awaken, they lose track of it for a second. Parker just kills Roche in 10 seconds. You don't think it's going to be that tight of a window, but because Thunder Awaken lose out on their scouting for a second, Infinity have that surplus to play with. And funnily enough, he loses it not 20 seconds later, but it sets up enough time for the rest of the lineup. And then again, Genic, the kickback, it's what ended up being the beginning of the end there. But hard-fought victory, 45-minute game. I'm still mad Infinity didn't really give us a team fight ever, but you know, that's maybe what Game 2's for.
Yeah, I mean, they take the roundabout way, but it does work for them, and I did want to sort of scroll over here to take a look at those damage numbers, as you were sort of mentioning. 59.8k for the Templar Assassin in hero damage, 10.8k building damage. So if you're a member of the Infinity lineup right now, maybe you buy Parker dinner, you know, maybe you get him something nice, because he helps pull them out of what was looking like a rather rough situation and helps them get that first win. But BT, the important thing is it's just the first win. We mentioned if a team can 2-0 this series, they will claim that #1 seed. Infinity off to a good start, but they're only halfway there.
Yeah, only halfway there, and halfway there in Game 1 where they were meant to lose. They were 100% meant to lose, especially because up until that point, it was maybe a 40-60 win probability chance, whatever, and then just a great push at the end. But I feel like that's where Thunder Awaken might be a little bit mad, might be a little bit annoyed. They had what felt like an unlosable draft as long as the game just continued, but that's where Infinity, they just had, I think, the stronger mentality. They just didn't break. I think Thunder Awaken just got ahead of themselves, and then they make one mistake, and then suddenly the game's over. It's that a type of situation where I don't think either team is going to draft the same way again, because really I think everybody's a little bit annoyed after a game like that.
Well, one game left here in the group stage, ET. 3 teams, all hoping to claim the #1 seed, all hoping for different results from this final match. So we'll see what happens, and then we'll see just how much math we have to do at the end of it all. But it is going to be that last game. Game #2 between Thunder Awaken and Infinity will be coming your way in about 10 minutes. So stick around. We'll be back.
A minute until midnight. I'm just wondering where you at. Just thought I'd call and wish you good night. I left my key under the mat.
นัดสำคัญกำลังจะเริ่มของว่างพร้อมของพร้อม แต่จะนั่งตรงนี้เก้าอี้นำโชคลุ้นสุดๆพร้อมไหมเชียร์สุดใจไปด้วยกัน
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, if you're coming and come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch by me, watch by me.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Keep dancing in the moonlight. The shadows cover up my sins. Always smarter when in hindsight. But baby, I don't care to win. I don't get anything done, you're stuck on my mind. I keep on missing your touch, missing your vibe. This feeling I go when I say what we had. Won't you come on over? Don't you miss me too? Give it all you got, babe. Give it all you got, baby. I'd rather try than lose you. Give it all you got, baby. Give me all you got.
You always looked after me, brother, when we were children. You always had my back. You took all the blame when our father, caught us doing things that drove him mad. Through the years, I could lean on you when I messed up. I'd call you in the night, but I broke too many promises and we split up. Though I still need ya, you gotta save me now. I'm slipping so far down. It's only you I trust to set me free from this. I don't know
shooting me with words, but I won't let them bruise. Even though it hurts, I won't show it to you. 'Cause it will ricochet, I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. Let me tell you, no, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. I don't know how you fall asleep at night, knowing that your words are hurtful, it's just not right. No, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. Like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet, like a ricochet. I used to let it in, all the things you said. You try to turn me into somebody else, but it will ricochet. I won't let it bite. I will.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back one last time, BTS Pro Series 13. It is time now for the final game of the group stage. We have gotten our way through all of Phase 2 ET, and, well, that still wasn't enough time to actually figure out who is going where. This one final game is going to determine the fates of the top 3 seeds, and well, actually, we'll talk about those scenarios later on, because we have a draft to get to right now. I thought they would take maybe a little bit more time, but they are already going at it, ET. We see Thunder Awaken opening up with the Doom. Infinity, though, with a Phase 1 Bat Rider. We don't really get to see much of that.
Yeah, no, and kind of a take no prisoners mentality, just slamming it, just saying, okay, sure, we're just going to counter you. And of course, a blind Doom, a Doom that is not locked into a position, and okay, respect. They then take up the Ogre Magi, but well, we'll have to see. Again, a kind of rare opener, something we haven't seen in quite a bit, but first phase Ogre, something that Infinity loves, might as well, and then we'll have to see where the Batrider actually ends up going, but a Wheel Style Classic, why not?
I'm just happy to see someone other than MJZ actually play Ogre. So there's one little gift for me for the final game of the group stage, because he really was like the only person actually picking it for the longest time. But then you're going to pick it up. Now we'll see, though, what they run with it, right? Because the Ogre, he's useful in the lane, but he's useful if he is playing to protect someone and later on in the game with the Bloodlust actually buff somebody up. So Infinity almost certainly need to look for some sort of right-click hero here to take advantage of it. The Shadow Fiend, you know, might have been a good choice, but Thunder Awaken are faster on the gun.
Yeah, and yet again, from both squads, extremely aggressive drafts. Just wanting cores early, wanting counter picks in lane, and of course, Shadow Fiend, one of the best matchups versus that Bat Rider. Just impossible to close the gap, because of course, if you try to approach the Shadow Fiend, well, you're probably going to eat 2-3 raises. If the Shadow Fiend is immediately ready for you to make that jump, it's where now from Infinity, we would probably do some good to have another disable to throw in the works, so that way that lasso probably can land just a little bit easier. But it's also funny to see the Ogre Magi picked up here versus the Doom, and presumably laning versus the Doom, because I feel like at the same time probably could have gone for the Abaddon yet again here and just had another heal and another heal to sustain versus him, where Ogre is just more damage in the laning stage and then maybe a tight stun to cancel him out. But that's also where maybe down the line Parker just says, last game was good. Now I want to be bloodlusted. Now I want to have more attack speed to become that carry. And that's also why Thunder Awaken have respect banned out that TA, because you don't want to give it to him a second time. It wasn't pretty, it didn't look great for you, and he just kind of took over the game as Parker do as his TA.
And meanwhile, Thunder Awaken thrown in a mag ban at the end of Phase 2 there. And, you know, Parker's played it before. They've run it in the off lane a couple of times with previous teams. Maybe not quite to the degree that we see from a Lumiere or a Yuma, but like a hero that they were sort of afraid of. And even outside of the RP threat, ET, a mag, regardless of position, who's allowed to get in there with the Empower and Bloodlust, that's just a little bit too much in the way of farming buffs.
Yeah, as well as, of course, Frank, flexibility, you know, it's why we got that little bit of respect. And hey, well, they say, if you're not going to take it, well, we certainly will. And Thunder Awaken say, yeah, Abaddon looks pretty darn good, and I've got to agree with them. Not only good answer versus the Batrider, but the same situation versus the Ogre. If they want to, let's say, shift things around, then that's a pretty nice position to be in. And again, makes me wonder why Infinity didn't want to take it in that Ogre's position, but also makes that Rubik's game feel a little bit better. There's really no bad spell for you to steal from Abaddon. Very similar situation to Omni Knight, where you'll just take it all and be very pleased.
Doesn't matter what you get as long as you take something. Meantime, for Thunder Awaken, well, I mean, they could honestly just take another support here and maybe kick the can down the road a little bit. Of course, if they do that, ET, you're running the risk of letting Infinity throw a couple more bans onto your final core position, so I don't know. I say that. The alternative is fifth picking a support, which doesn't really feel great either.
Yeah, and it's hard to say because they should probably just lead with perhaps a Mirana right now, even though I think the lane's kind of annoying versus the Ogre Magi. It's where there's probably a better pick that Thunder Awaken will go for right now. I think the Snapfire would also fill that bill, but the Shadow Fiend, we'll see. And no, they switch things up a little bit, and then again puts a question mark over the head of the Doom as to whether or not he is going to be a core support. With the NP coming out, very, very different. Not to mention NP versus Batrider, typically a matchup that we don't see teams go for just because of, well, the ease of the Batrider to get on top of you and typically kill you off. It's a very easy gank for Leo style to make, and of course puts the question, what are our lanes actually going to be here for Thunder Awaken? Very odd choice. While Infinity, they keep it extremely basic. Just take the Beastmaster, another hero again that makes the Nature's Prophet feel not so consistent. You've got Hawks flying around, you want to get the Ag Shard, have an easy cancel if the Hawks ever venture to near that Nature's Prophet at all. And again, it is just simple, easy to play. Rubik Beastmaster lane, Batrider mid, Ogre 5. Thunder Awaken are definitely trying something here.
Well, see how this plays out. We get into the final stage of the bans, both sides focusing in on some damage dealers. With the PA banned by Thunder Awaken, and that kind of leads back into a little bit of what we were saying before with the Ogre, right? You pick this Ogre up, you kind of have to get some sort of right-click hero, then you factor in the Beastmaster with the Aura as well, so Thunder Awaken, no, let's not let too many of those just pure physical damage dealers through, but I don't know. You really can't ban them all. They'll take out the PL, but still quite a bit on the table. But ET, looking at Infinity's lineup, because they will have last overall pick here, do they want something that's just all in on damage? Do they want something that maybe is a middle ground, look to like a CK or Sven sort of situation? What do you think that they should do here?
Yeah, I think Sven is honestly a pretty solid option for them. And interestingly, Infinity are the ones that ban out the Naga Siren. And of course, Thunder Awaken, they've run this before, and it looks like it probably should just be the NP3 and then the Doom 4. something that Michael is probably very comfortable with. He is a guy that just likes his melee heroes straight up, as well as Illich just playing NP a lot in the tournament so far. But I'm trying to think of their final carry, and we will see, because both teams do need their carry.
Okay.
And they go for Pudge, which, again, doesn't need to be their mid laner. I feel like has to be their carry in this situation. And, of course, versus Beastmaster, Pudge has been one of the neat answers, and that's a real quick pick. And they say, we're going to put you on a hard timer here. You cannot afford to go late versus us, and that is your bloodlusted, attack speed buffed, annoying carry who will take this game late. Does have to play versus a Pudge, so of course, repositioning-wise, Thunder Awaken have that tool going for them, but I feel like Parker's the exact hero he wants, as well as getting the new Snake versus those Treants, so Illich gotta have to be real careful with his positioning, because you'll get slapped by that Snake. It's not gonna be fun. I think, really, gonna be a difficult lane for Frank. This is one of the best heroes you can pick as the carry versus that Beastmaster, but everything else kind of has to go right for them. And this is certainly more of a tempo lineup for Thunder Awaken, where I think Infinity, it's the same way they try to win pretty much always. Just Leo Style and Frank, just chaos creators. Parker is going to farm till the cows come home, and then we're either going to be winning or we are going to be losing at 25 minutes. If we get past that point, though, this game stretches out to second, third rows, 35, 40 minutes, then Infinity almost 100% have this.
As you said, a hard timer that they're trying to sort of put in place here for the final match of both teams' run. Final match of the group stage in general. Infinity still trying to play here for that #1 seed. And Thunder Awaken, unfortunately, their shot at the #1 overall seed did kind of pass them by, but they can still affect their positioning a little bit here, because we were doing the math during the break. So let me see if I've got this correctly. If the math is correct, which I know, big risk, but if Infinity wins this game, they are first. 5-Rat second, Thunder Awaken finishes third, and then Wildcard are fourth. If Thunder Awaken take the 1-1 split here, then it's 5-Rat first, Thunder Awaken second, Infinity third, and Wildcard in fourth. So yeah, there's still some room for both teams to move here up or down in the absolute last game. We'll see who makes it happen.
Oh, and we'll see. It should be an interesting game nonetheless, though, because, of course, for that space for the Medusa to be made, Hero's got to be dying. Hero's got to be feeding almost in this game. And I also do wonder how Frank's going to do, because in direct lane matchups, Frank, as a player, honestly, has struggled a lot. When he has absolutely nothing to work with, he has been, I think, struggling to prove his worth in some situations, and especially BTS Pro Series of past. And this is, again, probably your one-to-one counter. This is where Knight can just do whatever he wants to you, especially if he can get an early Vanguard. There's just very little hope for the Beastmaster in that situation.
Oops, was that me?
Ready to go here. Bounty runes end up going 3 over to the side of Thunder Awaken, so yeah, they get a slight edge to start the laning stage, but see what they can do pressure-wise at this stage as we get things underway. I don't really know 100% what to expect here from these lanes, ET. Taking a look at top first, Frank and Genic. There's a little bit of potential here, but it depends on who they really go for, because Excel could just be in a position where any aggression gets turned around by the Aphotic Shield, so I feel like on the Infinity side they have to be very selective in terms of which opportunities they actually want to commit for.
Nope, definitely do. Need to be very careful, especially because level 1, level 2 spells don't do that much, so might as well just bide their time, but we'll see.
Well, over on the other side, Prada is doing Ogre Magi things, pushing right up into people's faces, trying to do some damage. He honestly got hit pretty hard here in return, but I mean, he had 2 full stacks of tangos when he came to the lane, so he knew this was going to be the way that this plays out. He's just trying to find Parker as much farm as possible, but this is the thing for Thunder Awaken. They've got the Treants, they've got, or will have, a point in the Devour, so there is still some potential for them to try and keep equilibrium on their side.
Definitely, but it's also unfortunate. Prada wants to have Ignite, but just tried for the level 1 Fire Blast to attempt to stop Michael from blocking out both of those camps, but then Michael's just too fast with the boots, so kind of an unfortunate miscalculation, but isn't the worst case scenario, and as will happen, the waves kind of push, and I'm surprised that Prada actually let the small camp spawn, and Michael will see it. It's not the ideal creep, but if Michael is ever able to devour the mana burn creep, that's when this Medusa is really going to be in dire straits. Chain Lightning's not bad. It's a lot of great chip damage, but once that mana burn creep is online, that's when Michael really just becomes the annoying beast that is going to make it almost impossible for Parker to stay up here.
Yeah, just throwing out the lightning a little bit here. As you said, some chip damage here and there, make Parker not feel threatened. That's probably not really the way to go about it, but just remind him that the potential pressure is there, so he's not entirely free farming in this lane. But the real question will be when and if Illich looks for the Sprout plays here, because that'll really be the indicator of just how aggressive this duo feels they can be if they actually take the Sprout to try and force some sort of trap or engagement versus Illich maybe just ignoring it and focusing on the Treants.
Yeah, so far though, great damage on the Parker, making him a little bit more annoyed, but still making these plays happen while the Medusa's low level and forcing Prada to stick here and babysit him because he has to. He can't afford to walk away.
It's frozen in the lane for a little bit. Meanwhile, well, we take a look at the mid matchup here, Leo Style versus Alone. As of right now, yeah, the SF is getting an edge in the last hits, and as long as he's got raises, that's probably going to remain the case. Leo Style doesn't really outfarm Shadow Raises Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and Alone not getting greedy either, but hold that, because top lane, it's happens, and they won't go any deeper. Very respectful, not wanting to give any more damage, and of course, the stacks getting up there with the wild axes, but that's the lane. At least they do not kill the Beastmaster. If they killed Frank, that would have stalled up that Helm of Iron Will, and he does drop some regen for the Rubik to bring over to him, but still have to tread lightly in this situation.
First blood goes to Thunder Awaken. And while Illich does now have this play to work with. TP home, then use his own personal TP back into lane, so you are going to have that edge in terms of his ability to just sort of top himself off compared to Parker, who will need either himself or Prada to just kind of ferry out more regen to him, but I don't know. It's a nice advantage that the Prophet almost always has in his lane. It just may not matter too much here, especially since they're really not slowing Parker down all that much. As another kill goes down top, Excel. They get punished this time. Frank finds the pickoff, and that ties up the score, and well, that's what happens. If Knight's not in the area, he can't really help as Prada falls back down bot, bouncing back and forth between these side lanes ET. They are starting to ramp up the aggression a little bit.
Yeah, just everybody really low, a lot of mana expended, just lots of trading, lots of early trading going on. Of course, the death, you always question who it favors, because now Parker gets a little bit of some support, and Prada will be able to heal up his teammate and move some of that aggression elsewhere, but still pretty happy with that situation. And Alone, okay, random Rubik stole his 3-minute rune, so he says, okay, sure, I'm gonna kill you. Alone doesn't even have a bottle. He just was kind of walking over there to stack and maybe pick it up, because, yeah, again, he just has a stick and just been using a stick for the mana, but it's been enough so far. I don't know, he just killed Genic.
Yeah, Genic, so Genic Fade bolted to steal Alone's creep, and then honestly just straight up tried to run away at that point, but Alone hit him with the races, and Genic got punished for it. So is the last hit that he stole worth dying immediately afterwards? I don't know if the math checks out on that, but it was funny as hell. I'll give him that much. And meanwhile, Frank on the run. Knight wants a free kill. Had to get clear for the hook. Able to make the play, but Genic is coming over. There's the telekinesis. It's going to push him back, and really that's the end of the fight. Or maybe it's not, because Leo Style is Just kind of waiting in the wings, seeing if he can get in here. And yeah, Excel. I mean, you can try, but this is not going to work.
Nope. Goes down. Of course, Pudge gets to bring the creep equilibrium all the way back to his tier 1, so isn't too upset with that situation, but is still. Poor Frank just hasn't gotten to touch the creep wave in a little bit, even though his last hits are pretty great nonetheless, but it's still nowhere near the other cores in this game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, but hey. If they can free him up a little bit of space, we know the Beastmaster can farm up pretty quickly once he's got that Dom Helm, or if he just decides not to farm, then pushing a tower might just be able to even up that gap. At the same time, though, Leo Style didn't have to use the lasso onto Excel in that excursion up top, so now he's got it for bottom, but Parker might just die before he gets here. Yeah. I mean, Leo Style can come in now, look for some revenge with the lasso play, but Michael is not worth losing your carry.
No, Parker's just all the way up way too far, just thinking that Leo Style's probably able to connect a little bit sooner, but then you get to field the damage, and now Illich, he's level 6, so gotta be careful. This Wrath of Nature, it's gonna come in right now, and it's gonna be to kill Frank. And there you go. Comes through. Easiest kill in the world.
Knight's the one to get it as well, so he puts a little bit of extra gold in his pocket, as well as the stack of Flesh Heap. And they're on to the tier 1. The Glyph, yeah, well used here. They'll get it back if the tower falls, and at the rate they're going, it does seem like the tower will fall. They've got the armor reduction, they're getting the curse onto it. Yeah, level 1 curse, but it's better than nothing, and they will claim the objective.
Yeah, just extremely simple, extremely efficient plays, just knowing that it's time to go, and again, your Beastmasters still having a real tough time. It's for now, they probably don't want to continue to grief him. It might be time to now move across the map and then put that pressure onto the Medusa, but well, they're stealing some stacks now. And Leo Style, well, he's here, but I don't think you can do much tonight except for kick him out. At least Leo Style has his boots of travel pretty much now.
I'm just about done with those as Excel. Well, Genic spots him, but Leo Style wouldn't really have any mana left to work with, so just gonna have to back it off. Excel doubles back to drop down a sentry, try and block that camp up a bit, and well, now looking for even more. Sentry down to block the camp, then the sentry to take away the opposing sentry on the high ground, so they really are investing a lot into this west side jungle area, which, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? ET, there's a Bat Rider, there's a Dusa, that is the sort of just golden farming area, and if you can keep vision on it, or maybe even more importantly, just take it away outright, the resources of your opponents go down pretty significantly. However, we do have a bit of a fight breaking out here. Illich is in some trouble down in the bottom lane. He threw the Wrath of Nature out before he died, but there's no one to follow it up.
Yeah, and very little committed. Leo Style still has his lasso, was really just a flame break, and then punishing the overextension, already kind of low NP, so that's a pretty much free kill there for him, but at the same time, you're getting the jungling going. Knight is still in an empty lane. Frank can't really move himself there, so he's completely retreated to the jungle. And during all of this, Alone is just playing this pretty much like a carry Shadow Fiend, because nobody else is farming the Ancients. Might as well be him, because Knight is still occupying that other side. So just really efficient stuff. Thunder Awakening are just simply getting more out of the map right now.
And it's kind of interesting looking back at Michael. He's still got the Chain Lightning, so we talked about it being relatively useful enough where if he can't find the mana burn, he didn't really want it. Although I suppose if he finds the War Stomp from a Centaur creep, he might take that. But over in the middle lane Alone, he's getting jumped on. This is not an easy kill. They may not get it. Alone channels out the Requiem, and the Fear pushes everyone away. That's Roar deployed. They don't really get a whole lot out of it. I suppose the Requiem cooldown is traded, and it is a longer cooldown, but well, now there's really no threat coming out from your Beastmaster for a little bit.
Yeah, and then tries to get aggressive on the mid tower, but gets cleaned up with his creeps, so now it's Frank back to the jungle and still on that road to recovery. And we'll have to see how they decide to translate, because right now Frank is effectively taking from the Medusa. Parker wants to take over mid. He's got some stacks to keep him busy right now, but eventually the Beastmaster is gonna have to move. The Medusa's home is in the mid lane now. Leo still takes bottom, and then Frank should eventually be confident enough to go back towards top, but it still feels scared of giving his life away. And during this entire time, Knight is just very quickly making his way towards that Ags, is only a point booster away.
Pretty damn close. Illich, meanwhile, closing in on an Orchid, so... Well, these items come through, and all of a sudden, Thunder Awaken are going to start to get quite a bit more aggressive. And that's not even taking into account, Michael is more than halfway to a Blink Dagger too, so... Timings are all coming together here, but... I don't know about defending this tower. They're going to give it a go. Telekinesis does pull Alone forward a bit. Now they get him with the stun, but... Yeah. Little bit of a rough one. Parker has to pop the Stone Gaze. If they get this tower, it'll all be worth it. Yeah. The tower goes down, right? I suppose at the end of the day, that mission is accomplished, but not really going to get much in the way of gold from it.
Yeah, right now, they just need to try and help Leo Style find his way onto a target, whether it be Pudge in his jungle or getting back onto Illich. Yeah, he's the one that really hasn't found another play aside from the nifty things he was able to do whenever those tier 1s were alive. But until we see that next engagement for the Batrider, it's hard to tell where this game's going, because it still feels like there's not enough space for the cores on Infinity to really get the net worth that they need, while items are just getting finished left, right, and center for Thunder Awaken. It just worries me how little is getting built up for Infinity right now. Just coming at a much, much slower pace. And it's not like they're smoked, but Thunder Awaken are moving in right now and looking to kick out these heroes that, again, are farming much slower. So going from farming slowly to farming nothing, it's where Infinity could very easily just go towards top, but they're afraid of giving away this map control.
And yeah, I mean, it feels like something just needs to be done here if you're Infinity, because you would look at this and you would say, oh, you know, Parker's still farming, that's good news, but the plan was always to have Parker farm. The thing was, you were supposed to have the Bat and the Beastmaster to go around making plays while Parker farmed, and that isn't really coming about, which is why those two heroes in particular have such lower net worth. But can they just force a play? I mean, is that even an option to them, or do they have to look for some other way into these engagements?
Well, they're certainly attempting. They're smoked up yet again here, but Michael's standing in the most annoying spot possible, popping the smoke, and now looking in. They would love to jump Illich immediately, but this is just not it. Orchid's here, the Ags is here. They should know that there's no good way for them to team fight right now, and yeah, they decide to cut and run. They TP'd out to both side lanes, and they'll get pretty far out, but now the option is don't get caught. Don't get yourself killed on these side towers now, because if you do, you are extremely split. And this is where, if maybe Infinity were better set up, they could look to punish the Pudge, who is completely by himself in the top lane, who is going to walk on the Medusa. And let's see, it's going to be an attempt, but it's a retreat. And Prada, well, see ya.
Left behind. Knight gets the free kill. Parker walks away, just says, thank you for your sacrifice, Prada. But, you know, I mean, plays like that, it's fine because it keeps Parker farming, but at a certain point, Thunder Awaken are going to start looking for a little bit more. They've already cleaned up all the tier 1 towers, so you don't have those initial objectives to really sort of hold them back and slow them down anymore. They're going to start looking for more and more valuable plays as this goes on, and I don't think Michael has revealed this Blink Dagger just yet on the Doom either, so he's going to lose his smoke in a second, but if he stays relatively sneaky, Blink Doom could be coming their way before they realize it's up.
Yeah, and this is the other option. If they're going to keep dodging us, then Infinity, they are 100% allowed to just Roche. It's where NP is still an extremely valuable hero, and then with the Abaddon coming in as well, Curse is going to pop, and then it's not like we're getting any defense right now. Even just using the Nature's Wrath to keep these waves relatively pushed in, they'll have to deal with mid and bottom, but that's farm that they're willing to take in first stages of the game. Thunder Awaken's game plan is just undisturbed. We're waiting maybe for BKBs or Blink Daggers, and I say that, but they're going for even later items, and well, Prada goes down, and now Parker,
Silence.
This is what's not allowed.
Yep.
Oh no.
They get through the shield pretty quickly. Where's the reinforcements? Gennic's going to come in, trying to make some space with telekinesis. Will that be enough, though? Not really looking like it. Parker is surrounded and taken down, and... yeah, the early Orchid, we didn't really get to see it a crazy amount of times just because of the lower kill count, but in a situation like that, Illich is able to make the most of it. Now they're onto that objective, and... well, this is exactly what we were sort of warning about for the Infinity side. If you don't make some plays, if you don't do something, Thunder Awaken are just going to take it upon themselves to be the ones choosing when and where the fights happen.
Yeah, and all of this control, not going to get dewarded necessarily, because A doesn't have that much range, and Gennik, ooh, okay. Getting a little bit crazy here, but blinks out. They disengage completely. They're still on the run, but they should be able to make that run happen. Blink Dagger on Pudge as well. Maybe they find the Doom here. Michael would be the easy target, and yeah, they just say that is going to be our easy kill. Gets the Steel Scorched Earth as well. Honestly, pretty large steal for Gennik, just because so much damage he can actually do, but aside from that, all of the cores escape. Doesn't lose the Pudge, which is probably the big kill that Infinity would have looked for.
And they just sort of clear out of the area, losing Doom. Really not even that unfortunate considering he already has the Blink Dagger, so that was kind of the big item that you would be saving up the most money for, and he's already passed the hurdle, so are we feeling alright about that? In the meantime, that is a Manta, picked up by Parker, so the Medusa continues to farm ET. You can never deny that aspect, but he's not the top net worth hero anymore. He's not clearly outpacing everyone else on the map anymore, and that becomes a bit of an issue, because this is the guy who is, at this point, your best hope of really swinging any momentum.
Yeah, and of course, the name of the game is going to be just to wait. I'm just surprised that Leo Style decided to not go for BKB in this game. And understand that there is a Doom, and there is a Pudge, so it's where Blinking Sphere probably takes quite the uptick in value, but it's where there just simply isn't a play. There's no Blink Dagger, there's no BKB, you don't want team fights, you don't want any fight really at this point. At least they're doing a good job with Frank right now of keeping pressure, real easy pressure onto that tier 2 top, but oh, look at mid, right? Tempted, whiffed onto the Batrider, which will then probably cost them their top tower, but Thunder Awaken, they've already claimed your bottom tower. They're ahead of the exchange, so they're just going to look for mid now, and the only play that Infinity really have is to just keep Frank pestering that top tier 3 and hope that somebody makes a mistake and TP's back. Problem is it really a mistake when there's an NP in the game? I am not so sure.
And now Alone's going to get to work, hitting on that tier 3 tower. Mask of Madness active for a few more seconds, so it's already lost half of its health. They're even going to glyph, make sure the creep wave stays alive, get a little bit of extra damage in. That lasso does still connect, however. But even if they take him down, it's just the first life. But Alone, well, he doesn't have any backup. The only person here is Illich, and he just actually TP'd away. So they are just straight up going to abandon Alone. Let's see if he can do anything with this. He goes for the Requiem. That sets up the fear. He'll look for the TP, and he makes it out. Gennik. That play might have actually worked, but the timing's a little bit off. His stolen Requiem doesn't hit, and somehow Alone gets away with that one. -1 Aegis, but doesn't get punished a second time.
Yeah, and certainly losing the Aegis is not ideal, especially because Roche probably had, another 2 minutes or so on it, but it could be worse. And Alone going to take a much more defensive approach going forward, but his team got even more kills. They got more vision down. They were able to close in that top side of the map and kick out the Beastmaster completely, who wasn't there to actually get the roar. So Thunder Awaken are trying to instigate another team fight here on their terms and then get that focus back on mid. And depending on how that mid fight goes, well, they're just going to swing immediately for bottom. And, well, Prada, you showed for a second again, and nobody is here to help you. There's very little sympathy for the Ogre. And yet again, feels like they're going to lose more of their wards and more of their vision. They just keep on fighting and switching which side of the map they're playing on. Now they're going to be huddled around this top observer, but I feel like they're going to swing for these objectives towards bottom and mid now, and Alone does not care. He's just hitting, and Leo Style forced a TP out of bottom with the pressure of the NPs coming in, and that chokehold is getting stronger and stronger. The only thing they can really wait for now is Parker to have his Scotty, which is still maybe another 2,000 gold away. If Thunder Awaken can somehow hit that timing before the Scotty, well, they probably have a free 2 racks ahead of them.
Infinity grouping up, feeling the need to try and either mount a defense or maybe go hunting here. Do they have a smoke? Yes, they do. But where do they go? Directly into the Abba. The single worst target you possibly could have gone for that smoke gank with. And they're not even going to kill him. Excel just TPs away, and that absolutely sucks for Infinity. Just nothing gained by that whatsoever.
Yeah, getting some D-wards, getting D-wards in the lane as well, very important, but it's becoming time to find something, and actually looking at top, they are going to scout at that Bat Rider. Real cheeky ward that is going to see him making maybe a play on Illich here. It's a bait within a bait right now. There's no BKB on the Pudge, so he can't just stick, but they're going to find the Rubik as well. Oh, this is the worst.
Rubik gets doomed. Leo Style just has to run. And I think Leo Style does make it away, but only because they spot Frank coming up the ramp, so they will kill him. And Illich says, I didn't say you could leave yet. Gonna hit him up with a silence. He needs the Sprout, though, but he's not really in range for it.
Lincoln 1, waiting for the hook.
There's the hook. It hits a creep, so Leo Style able to get himself away, but it costs him 2 teammates to make that escape.
Yeah, and they run past their creep wave, so not like that top lane is immediately going to be back under pressure, but every time Thunder Awaken, they just see 3 or 4 heroes, so the rest of the lineup can just farm. They take that fight knowing that, yeah, Alone doesn't need to be there if he doesn't want to. He can just use his TPs to farm, and he will continue to farm and become that incredibly strong SF we know and love. And of course, we are getting closer and closer, and it looks like Parker isn't going to have to worry about playing the rest of this game without a Scotty. That's only 200 gold away, but will the rest of the lineup be ready to take this next Roche fight is going to be the more awkward question, and will Thunder Awaken just have simply too many items? Because as we speak right now, Leostar is looking for a full Octarine core on this Bat Rider. We are not looking at a BKB on Frank. We're looking at 0 spell immunity across the board here. While we have 2 BKBs on Thunder Awaken, just numbers-wise, it just doesn't look good for Infinity, no matter how you square it up. And we'll have to see what this Roche is. Of course, the later, the better for Infinity, but no matter how you slice it, it feels like Infinity just aren't doing enough with the rest of their lineup. As top, okay, gets forced back, has the Firefly. Of course, Firefly, not going to be able to sprout him whenever he has that going, but will they look for a fight? There's 3 heroes smoked, but again, without a Blink Dagger, how do you actually jump? Infinity just very stubbornly are not finding creative ways to get into these team fights.
And they just don't have a means to get in right now, and it really seems like too many of them are transitioning the build to try and get something to actually help on that front. Gennick's really the closest one with his Blink Dagger, about 150 gold away, but I mean, it can work, and it's better than no initiator ET, but if you are saying our position for Rubik is our only way into the fights, those fights probably will not be going well for you.
Oh, and here we go. It's another cross-map smoke, and they see Illich towards bottom, and okay, Orchid comes through, and Leostar says, I have an Octarine core, and Alone just decides to beat him to death.
Well, they didn't quite
On the
get
run
it.
now.
But Parker just revealed himself, so they know that the Medusa's now in the field. Alone's going to look to get into the tree line, channel out the Requiem. It hits Prada. Other than that, though, that's a whiff. Now the hook comes in, but only hits the boar, and well, Infinity may have accidentally found an initiation here. They get the roar onto Illich, they'll take him down, and what else can they get? Leo Style is trying to push forward, but he's pushing forward with barely any HP. I don't know if he actually wants a fight if he finds somebody, and there you go. You got close enough to maybe lasso Knight, but if you get the lasso off, you may just have ended up killing yourself.
Yeah, and hey, they get past the scary situation, and like you said, kind of accidentally find a good initiation, and then Illich can't BKB TP, he's just too low, even though that would have been an option versus the Dusa, but that's where Parker with his Scotty is a force to be reckoned with, and that's also where Thunder Awaken, hoping that the Roche had spawned a minute ago, is not there for them to claim. So now this is dead air. This is time where Infinity can wait an entire minute. You would probably say that they should smoke and then check just to make sure their opponents aren't roshing for absolutely free, even though Infinity are making no attempt whatsoever to check it out just yet, but they will eventually decide to move, decide to see what's going on over there, and that could be Infinity's moment to flip the game on its head, because if they get the Aegis, if Parker's able to stone gaze and sit inside the pit, then that's your punish, and that's your easy way to take this game immediately under your control.
Yep. Now we see the smoke come out. They're going to make their way over. 10 seconds for Roshan. Hello, Michael. That's a nice BKB you got there, but it doesn't really help. Lasso comes through. They find the kill. Frank gets it. Now they're going to look for a little bit more. Without the lasso, this could get complicated, but Knight's actually going to jump in first. The Requiem now channeled out as well, hitting up onto 4, pushing them all back with the fear. Hook from Knight actually does not hit. Genic will still end up going down on the Infinity side, but this fight's starting to get a little bit weird. Alone, yeah, left all alone. His teammates just back off of him, and well, Parker just marches his way through this entire engagement, and oh no, Knight! That's an awkward play. He tries to go for the hook, misses it, now tries to TP home, and is going to be able to make it out. So he's not punished for the greed, but in a way he is, because, well,
This is gonna sting.
Roche is back up, and Thunder Awaken are in no position to contest it.
Yeah, it's where the one man without a BKB who died because of it, that being your boy alone, just shows that without that item, this really is one of those games where you will just die straight up, and, well, you've thrown your single most important factor away if you're Thunder Awaken. Now you've got an Aegis on Parker. Now the guy who wins both the Pudge matchup and the Shadow Fiend matchup has a free Aegis and a Shard, and is continuing to build himself up. Has a full crit coming out on the Courier as well. Not the full Daedalus, but is really looking to just turn this game around. And now, all those luxury items we were complaining about not having before, Gannick's got his Blink. You've got a Blink on the Batrider whenever he wants it. I think Frank also could be looking for a Blink, or could be looking for just another large item. This is where Thunder Awaken just threw away their easy game by not pressing the issue hard enough. And we'll see, because this is the punish.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Can't do that, but it's okay. Now Michael, well, he would be KB, but I think he's just going to eat the death instead. Frank's dead, though.
Knight's able to get something going for him, but he had to use the Dismember for it, so now he'll look for the TP out under the cover of the BKB. Overall, not so bad if you're Thunder Awaken, right? Support for a core. Alone, though, making me nervous, bud. Dangerously close to the sentry coverage there, but he's going to walk away in time.
Oh, and gotta be careful.
Or
There's a
maybe
stolen
he's
Dismember
not.
right
Yeah,
now.
hold on a second. Here comes Parker in with the Stone Gaze. Excel gets taken down first. Knight was able to get off a very, very well-timed defensive hook, so that's Stone Gaze used, and you only lose the support for it. Not so bad if you're Thunder Awaken, but they are really getting pushed into a defensive position more and more.
Yeah, and they're not getting punished for this insane greed on all of their items. They now can go back for the good items, and Knight tried for a Blink onto the Batrider bottom that, well, would have caught him. He would have probably been dead, but whiffs by an inch, and now immediately your towers are all under pressure. The net worth lead is dwindling. You're thinking about what your next power spike's going to be, and it's probably going to be a BKB or more damage from Alone, and he finishes off the complete Silver Edge. So again, more damage, but if Alone can't hit anybody in these team fights, then what's the use? And now your tier 3 is under siege. They know that they can kind of hit this right now, and unless you go for a jump, one that really is just going to be a hook from Knight, well, you don't have initiation of your own, Thunder Awaken. And there's the hook, sidestepped, easy, and your tier 3 is broken.
It's about as easy as it gets. Parker didn't even really have to do anything other than taking a step to the left, and Thunder Awaken, you are getting into dangerous territory here. Momentum is beginning to shift. Parker is very, very large individual, and I think he's going for the Silver Edge with that crit upgrade. Yeah, he is. So, well, that could make things quite complicated for the rest of Thunder Awaken's lineup. The break onto Knight, onto Abba, really onto anybody is Michael. He's going to try and make a move in. They did drop the Doom onto the Dusa, but, well, who cares? Parker just keeps on fighting. He's pushing his way in. They got the lasso onto Knight that's going to pull him out of the base. The Pudge in some trouble. A stolen Dismember keeps him locked down long enough for Parker to find the kill. And Pudge does not have buyback. Thunder Awaken may have just straight up lost this game. Yeah, that's it. They call GG then and there, and well, ET Infinity made us wait until the absolute last game, but we now know who that #1 seed is. It is going to be this Infinity lineup.
And, well, if you're Five Rat, rip Five Rat, I suppose. This is the worst case scenario for them, but no, just a really nice 2-0. Of course, a frustrating game one, but game two, they just got away with it. And they weren't getting away with it. They were getting run down. The first 15 minutes of this game was a slaughter fest where Thunder Awaken pretty much won every single lane and then continued to farm everywhere, absolutely everywhere, which looked awful. It looked like Infinity didn't have a candle to stand on. But then the play stopped. Suddenly, you weren't getting any map control. You didn't have a reason to split up if you were Infinity, and then they decide to bank everything on that Roche fight. And of course, you look over at Alone, who has a Manta style, doesn't want to go for a BKB, thinks he's getting away with it, but he's not getting away with anything. And they lose really, I think, solely because of him. And of course, look at him, one death. How could he be the reason they lost? That's absurd. What's going on? But because of his lack of a BKB in this game, the timings don't sync up. We don't see them definitively win a team fight in that mid game. And then worst case scenario plays out where you give Infinity an Aegis and then the Medusa just walks it down. And that's exactly what happened. She walked it down. Parker never stopped farming. The Medusa succeeded.
The Medusa does what they wanted her to do. Parker, I mean, he's used to this by now, right? This is his kind of calling card play style. The rest of the team had to step up and buy in the time. They do exactly that. And Thunder Awaken, despite their best efforts, were never able to push the tempo in the direction that they needed it to go.
No, not at all. And, well, cool. We did it. They did it. They got the #1 seed. Infinity's happy. And I think Parker especially just very pleased with his team coming forward. But now it's time to look at the big dogs. Your EGs, your Beast Coast. That's where the new games lie.
Mm-hmm. And we are taking a little bit of a moment here to get that bracket set up. We will be showing that to you in just a second. Before we do so, however, we're going to take a swap on over to that other screen. We can show you at least what the group stage standings look like at the end of all of this. In terms of who goes where, in terms of Phase 2 versus Phase 3, we kind of knew that already. Infinity, 5 Rat, Thunder Awaken, and Wildcard will be the 4 to advance. And again, if we did our math correctly, what you see on the screen right now should be the actual order of seeding as well. So it's Infinity in first, 5 Rat second, Thunder Awaken third, and Wildcard fourth. So, ET, I will say, if you're in Thunder Awaken's shoes right now, you already knew you were going to Phase 3 at the start of today, right? This has to feel like a little bit of a disappointment. You had 4 games, you had a chance to claim the #1 seed outright, and you end up going, what, 1-3, and finishing in third isn't bad, but it could have been more.
No, definitely could have been. And I think especially in the DogChamp series, certainly losing a little bit of the plot there and losing versus a game that's already eliminated might not be the best sign. But, at the end of the day, we'll see what they're actually able to do. And again, square things away draft-wise. Like we keep saying, playoff changes everything. It doesn't feel like it should, but once you're in that best of 3, that's where the idea of we cannot lose, we have to win, we have to pull out everything, we have to know who we're playing up against. The margin for error just slims up that much. And Thunder Awaken, they don't want to be that team that gets 2-0 twice and then you're out of the tournament. There's always one team that does that in BTS Pro Series, but Thunder Awaken, they're not looking to be it.
And, well, I believe we've got it ready now, so we will take a look at the tentative bracket, which I say that because it's still dependent on whether we did our math correctly. So, technically speaking, this could change. But if the math is correct, here is the bracket coming up on your screen right now for Phase 3. Obviously, we had the quartet of TSM, Beast Coast, EG, and Nouns, who were directly invited to this phase. They're joined by the 4 teams that we were just talking about advancing out of Phase 2, and you can see what the matchups are going to look like. It'll be TSM versus 5 Rat, Beast Coast versus Thunder Awaken, EG versus Wildcard, and Nouns versus Infinity. So, well, honestly, ET, all of those matchups look and sound pretty damn good. Of course, for TSM and for Nouns, we don't have the public announcement of their full lineups just yet, so maybe those ones are question marks, but across the board, these should be some spectacular matchups to kick off Phase 3.
No, for sure answer a lot of questions, see where a lot of these teams lie before the next DPC, as BTS Pro Series always seems to be that early warning sign for teams that are looking great, that are maybe looking not so great, but also getting to see these early rosters play. Always a joy to see.
Hmm. Be some pretty interesting stuff as we will swing it back on over to us. Hello again. So those are your matchups. Again, if our math was wrong, there'll be an updated correct bracket out sometime in the near future. But I do want to say we are taking a little bit of a break before we do push into Phase 3. In the Americas region, at least, we do not have any games scheduled for tomorrow. The playoffs are going to start on the 4th, and that should be the same start time that we've been really going with across the entirety of Phases 1 and 2, so a 1 p.m. Pacific time start. But, yeah, that'll be that. Playoff bracket coming our way, but ET, with Phase 2 now in the rear view mirror, looking ahead to that playoff bracket as well, I guess, do you have any sort of big takeaway? Anybody that you thought particularly over or underachieved in this group stage?
I still think gotta keep an eye out for 5 rat. Gotta look at especially Speed, the captain, the drafter, the offlaner who somehow is able to do whatever he wants. I think he's definitely one of the drivers and one of the people to definitely keep an eye on. We'll probably hear from him at least once or twice once we get into that playoff stage. But also, maybe not the people that have qualified, but also, man, RCY. I just will keep on wanting to shout out. He's so young. He's so good. He's not playing anymore. He got eliminated with DogChamp, but even today, just keeping the highlights with people that played today, I'm just so excited to see what he's able to accomplish in the future once DogChamp's actually able to do it. But in terms of the playoffs, I'm just waiting for EG. I better see a grand red carpet from EG's Twitter. They better treat these boys like kings, because they didn't treat the last boys like kings. Some hot shade, you know? No, I'm kidding. But no, I hope that they're treating them well, and I'm very curious to see how they actually are treating them and whether or not this has been just a life-changing experience for a lot of those EG boys. It's going to be a pleasure to hear from them.
Yeah, having an organization of that degree of size and reach across spaces far outside of even their home region is something that honestly could, make the team look, play, feel a little bit different. And as you said, for a lot of these players, could very well be a life-changing kind of event. But we'll see how well they actually play Dota, because at the end of the day, that is going to be the final defining thing for this squad. EG picking them up is massive, but you still got to go out there, still got to win some Dota games. So we will get to see starting on Sunday. But for now, we are going to hop on out of here. That is Phase 2 officially done and dusted. So thank you all so much for joining myself and ET, along with our Cryptic and Neff, who are not here now, but pulled more than their fair share in that group stage as well. So thank you all so much for watching. Hope you join us for Phase 3. But for now, enjoy the start of your weekend, and we'll see you later.
Shooting me with words, but I won't let them bruise. Even though it hurts, I won't show it to you. 'Cause it will ricochet, I won't let it bite. I will look at you and tell you that I'm alright. Like a ricochet, it will come back to you. Let me tell you, no, because my eyes are open, your words will keep bouncing away. And even if you're trying to hurt me, my skin's getting thicker each day. I don't know how you fall asleep at night, knowing that your words are hurtful, it's just not right. used to let it in, all the things you said. You try to turn me in.